Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live here on this August 18th morning, where everyone's probably overthinking and over-anticipating a tape again, but we'll see. We'll see what the panel thinks. Hopefully all of you are doing well in the doldrums of summer, even though we did get a little bit of volatility overnight. Quick look at the tape, introduce the panel. We'll get to the news with Shai. Joining me in studio, senior market economist. Did I say market economist? Senior economist. Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Shai.
Good morning, all.
Senior macro strategist, Craig Shapiro.
Good morning.
We both got red on. Who wore it best? Chat, we got to know right now.
I don't know, yours looks kind of pink.
Does mine look pink in there?
No.
All right. Well, no. And senior market strategist, Jimmy Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Naples. No, you are red like the equity candles today, my friend.
Yeah. It's true. Yeah. And Jimmy, I see you're getting a little active on Instagram now.
You inspired me, man. You inspired me. I'm trying to figure it out. I'll figure it out eventually, but so far so good. It's fun.
I'm just telling you guys right now, you want to tune into Jimmy after 4 o'clock, after he has a martini. He lets loose, baby. Who knows what you're going to get on the Instagram with Jim Cagnina. So make sure you follow my boy Jimmy. I put it in my story. Go check him out. Quick look at the tape. We'll get to Shai. NASDAQ's down 1%. Dow's flat. Here we are back to that old divergence, right? It is what it is. I still think this is just a rotation. But time will tell. Natural gas is up 0.5% yesterday. Ba-doom-ch, right, Shai? Call a little low there, maybe. I'm just going to be looking at natural gas. I actually do think once this thing starts to finally find a bottom, I do like it for a long. Oil is flat, $84, right at the opening year-to-date VWAP, right, pretty much right at it. And again, gold down with yields higher. Not a surprise. I continue to think gold's a sell the rally market. I think the macro folks probably disagree with me. Well, we've seen them come on air and disagree with me, but technically gold just does not look great to me. Again, we'll see. Silver's backed off a little bit, about 1%. Platinum's off 1.5%. Again, the story this morning, maybe it's the story. I don't know. We'll see what everybody else thinks when we get to the panel. Yields are higher. Dollar's kind of mixed, but before all that, Shai, the news.
Yes, and that is the story today is the bonds. Longer maturity bonds are at the epicenter of investor angst about everything from inflation to debt-laden AI boom. Sovereign borrowing rates are surging around the world. Yields on 30-year treasuries rose to the highest since 2004, currently at 5.329%, while French borrowing costs hit the loftiest since 2008. German peers traded at 2011 levels. Equivalent gilt yields are approaching 6%, and in the UK and similar maturity Japanese ones are close to their all-time high. Next, we have everybody is in the pool. Bullish global investors have ramped up their stock holdings to the highest in almost 5 years, leaving no room for pessimists, according to Bank of America's Michael Hartnett. A net 56% of fund managers polled in the bank's latest industry survey are overweight equities, the highest level since November 2021, and cash allocations down to an uber low 3.5%. And Anthropic is on track to generate annualized revenue of more than $65 billion based on its current performance, up more than sevenfold from its pace at the end of last year. Anthropic had shared those figures as part of their regular update with investors yesterday. And the Strait of Hormuz is still closed. Moving on to data today, we have at 8:15 a.m. we have ADP weekly employment change, 8:30 New York Fed services business activity, 9:15 industrial production, and 10 pending home sales. Pretty quiet. I don't expect any of that to be a market mover, though everybody will be watching that ADP weekly number.
But nonetheless, in August, you've got some data. Maybe it moves the tape. Tape moved a little bit overnight. Yesterday, tape didn't move much. Craig, what'd you see overnight?
Yeah, yesterday morning we talked about how it's going to be difficult to see indices really moving this week with a positive gamma week into expiry, VIX expiry Wednesday, Friday expiry for regular options. And I think yesterday was a little bit moved a little bit more maybe than people would have expected, given where straddle was pricing and the like. But again, even today or yesterday, NASDAQ outperformed, Russell underperformed. Today, Russell outperformed, NASDAQ underperformed. We're kind of in this back and forth in the overnight sessions. I feel like it's just about the math, right? The S&P can only move so much based on where options are positioned. There's an idiosyncratic story somewhere in the world. Last night, Kospi was weak, so we wake up today. Tech's weak. Have to balance that with some other strength elsewhere in order to keep the index largely flat. S&P's down 30 handles. That's in line with where the straddle's pricing and where zero-day to expiry positions are, and so that's kind of how we wake up and start the day. But as we push through this week, we lose a lot of that supportive positioning. And so the bar for other things to matter in the world to equity prices goes down. And so more likely to see it. What's going on? Yields. Shai mentioned it. It's a global yield story. It's in the U.S. long end, Germany, France, UK, Japan, all seeing multi-decade highs at the long end of the curve, and it's really being driven by duration, supply, issuance growth, not only from corporates, not only from governments' deficit spending, but from the AI story. Every day comes out another story about how big the spending is going to be, increasingly debt financed. Everybody's not that they're getting concerned, but they're starting to say, I need to be compensated more for all of this supply. If I'm going to lend governments or companies money for 10, 20, 30 years, I want to be compensated more because the uncertainty about who's going to win, what's the inflation environment going to look like 10, 20 years out, that uncertainty is rising. And so term premiums are rising, yields on the long end are going higher. At some point, it matters for risk assets because companies are valued off of where interest rates are set. Actors in the economy make money and profits based on where interest rates are set. And so as yields move higher, it becomes harder for the economy to run and hum on full cylinders. Consumers are more strained. Some companies are going to be more strained. So it's going to matter at some point. Does it matter today? Maybe not. But as the positioning starts to dissipate this week, next week, big macro week, it could matter a bit more.
We had a lot of foreign sellers of U.S. Treasuries also in for the month of July. Those figures came out.
So I asked you guys this before we came on this morning. Is it an inflation scare or is it a supply issue? Is it both?
I think it's an inflation uncertainty dynamics are developing, but really it's about, to me, I say it's about supply. When is it going to stop? How is it going to stop? The government is pushing the AI story. You had Fed members last week come out and say the AI CapEx spend is impervious to interest rates. So when you hear that, bond markets are saying, well, shit, they're never going to stop. We're going to need to see more returns from these loans that we're making to these companies. And so I think that dynamic is largely in play. When you hear OpenAI and Anthropic, annualized run rate revenues are $65, $100 billion, people, folks are saying that this is going to be here for a while. They're not going to stop spending. And so this CapEx is going to get built. It's going to be borrowed to get built out. And investors are going to command higher compensation in order to do that lending. When you add to that the deficit spending in the U.S. and Japan and all these other countries, it's hard to see duration issuance supply growth stopping. And
I just want to say, I think it's part inflation as well because the AI boom is inflationary. We've seen that in the numbers that have come out. The Federal Reserve has said we see this as inflationary. At least they think it's transitory inflationary, but we'll see about that. So I do think it's part inflation as well.
Yep. We'll talk more about that. I want to get to Jimmy. Jimmy, what'd you see in the overnight tape?
Well, as the panel says, I mean, the Treasury bonds are the story right now. I mean, we're making new multi-year lows as we speak right now. We're selling off for the third day in a row. All the moving averages are going down. Cash yields were 5.319 when I logged in this morning. And we really don't have a lot of targets to the downside. And this is kind of we thought maybe we had a double bottom, but no, we broke through that last night and then some with probably no relief in sight at the moment. And this might be dragging the equity markets down right now. I mean, the NASDAQ itself is below that 30,000 level. We talked about it in Trade the Close yesterday because we were still trading above it. And the panel wasn't quite sure, but I felt, the bond market's going to drag this thing down below that 30,000 for NASI. NASI right now is trading at 29,745. S&P's down. All the equities are down. And they're retracing kind of nicely as well, right into a kind of a rotation zone, 23% retracement off the highs. So it's I'm a little bit bearish here on a lot of these markets right now.
Jimmy, also, when you get to your edge report today, if you could, check out the COT data and see what the positioning is. I was looking this morning, and I wanted to pull up S&P and NASDAQ just to see where they were, and you're starting to see a little bit of some sell-side positioning coming in. Large specs are the most short in NQ that I have on my chart going back prior to 2022. I'd be curious to have you just dive into that a little bit and see what that looks like. Again,
Absolutely.
I don't know what that necessarily means. I mean, we'll see, right? Back to you guys in the panel. Because interest rates are the topic of conversation this morning, again, we have to go back to what we always say here. Nothing matters until it does. Is this a moment that it starts to matter? In my opinion, if you were to see the S&P, Dow, NASDAQ, and Russell all down 1% right now, I would be like, this is a real story. But the fact that we keep going back to rotation, like they just can't sell everything at once, that just tells me that there's still underlying bids in different sectors of the market. The Dow is flat, right? So it goes from weak to strong. The NASDAQ goes from strong, leader, higher, 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 has a rotation day. They stop selling Dow. They start selling NASDAQ, and maybe they work some bids in Dow. And again, I just go back to what I've seen in the past does not mean that's what's going to be in the future, but this still feels like rotation to me.
Yeah. By the way, just let me throw out that the Russell is still, from a comparison point of view, the strongest stock index future right now. We don't have that same level of retracement that we have in the other three, which is kind of surprising.
Yeah, exactly, Jimmy. And I go back to, and I'll let you guys talk about this, is if it's a real inflation interest rate scare, and I know that yesterday we talked about how the AI thing is real. AI story is really how that thing. It's kind of
that thing,
that little thing over there is really helping the Russell. But again, we'll go to both of you. But go back to where you were, Craig.
Yeah, I was going to say you have to think about the three stools. It's the flows, then it's the macro backdrop, and then is what is the government or the Fed going to do about it? And so in this week, the flows, it's expiry week. A lot of supportive positioning that really has nothing to do with the macro, makes it harder for the macro to matter. The macro seems to be suggesting concern about supply in the bond market. That's what we're getting higher yields and some of this inflation uncertainty. There's also been decent real growth, and the AI CapEx story isn't going to stop. And then on the administration side, where is the put? What can the administration do about certain types of things? Well, the Fed is not in... the Fed is looking to see higher yields. Warsh has said he's comfortable with higher yields at the long end, helping to do the tightening for him. So you're not going to get something from the Fed that slows down the pace of the long end selling at this point. And then from the administration, well, they just had the QRA last week, where they basically said they're going to keep issuing coupons. Now, they didn't say they're going to raise it. They didn't say it's going to decline, but they're not going to change anything. And so there's not really much in the way that the administration can do near term to stop this, because clearly it could jawbone like they always try to do, but there's nothing really tangible that they could do. So if you have a situation where, as we move through this week, where the flows become less supportive, and you have the administration that's not going to be really able to push back, then the macro is likely to matter more. That's why I think next week could be, and as we push into September, you go back historically, the periods of end of August, September, October, volatility moves higher, correlations have, bounce off the lows. I talked yesterday about some concern on the Sunday show about my concerns about the election and how folks may have to start hedging for that event where Democrats win both the House and the Senate. I think that dynamic starts to lead to a more correlated Delta One type move in indices, where we'll start to get the indices moving in the same direction, as opposed to this dispersion that you get kind of in the lead up to an expiry week.
Yeah, and Shai, yesterday I talked about how VIX was the lowest it's been in forever. And then you said, well, it's kind of timing right now where, okay, this is maybe they call them before the storm. We've all kind of talked about that. You said, this morning before we came on air, you're starting to get into a time where things do start to pick up.
Right. So I mean, seasonally, the weakest time of the year for equities tends to be mid-August to October. And that is just a seasonal thing altogether. That doesn't mean it happens every year. It's just seasonally tends to be the weakest time. And so I think that, traders should be aware of that. I'm not saying sell everything by any stretch of the imagination. To just make note, it tends to be a weaker time of the year than any other time of year. I think it's also worth noting, I talked about this morning in the news. We have, B of A saying there are like few bears left in this market. So we've talked about this before. Markets don't go down necessarily because people start selling. They just run out of buyers. So something to keep in mind as well.
Do we have any data hitting the tape right now?
Yeah, we just got the weekly ADP print. It's 9,500 jobs after 8,250 last week. The trend has been low. The trend has been decelerating labor growth momentum. That was part of the reason we saw a negative payroll print a couple weeks ago through the July meeting. I suspect when we get the August print at the first week of September, we're going to see that continuation of weak momentum. Not really something that the Fed is overly concerned about yet at this point amidst still elevated inflation, but you keep getting data points like that, and I'm sure Danielle will talk about it when she comes on later this morning. There'll be concerns from more people at the Fed if the labor market shows increasing signs of deceleration, for sure.
Jimmy, anything to look at coming off this data point? Doesn't look like much on my screen.
No, I mean, the NASDAQ's just still, it hasn't moved that much. Treasury bonds right now haven't moved that much. I mean, we're still, maybe you got a couple uptick actually. We're at 108.05 right now, but still pretty low level. So nothing really moved off of that. We'll see what happens at 8:30 with the other data. But the thing that's also interesting that I want to just throw out to the panel is, by the way, we're trading October crude, everybody. So we rolled to October. And right now that's tracking $84.42. And interestingly enough, I know this is markets in backwardation, but the December contract's trading at $81.36. So that spread's not that big. I know it's only a couple of months apart, but I thought that was kind of an interesting suggestion that this is going to continue for a while.
Yeah, we are just stuck in this 80 to 84 range. I mean, what's going to take us out of it?
So, everybody note that crude oil did roll, so you should be on V now, which is October. OPEX was yesterday. I think this is a comfortable level for crude oil. I think we're gonna, I like to see the market a little bit calm after all the volatility. I think the headlines are wearing off, and so we're not seeing those spikes that we had seen. We're still very elevated from where we were last year when we were in that $55 to $65 range. We're trading $20, $25 higher than we were last year. And so I think markets are comfortable here. I have said time and time again, I don't want to see crude oil over $100 and stay there for any stretch of the time, because that is detrimental to the overall global economy, and you could cause a recession with oil prices that high. And so I think it's found its comfortable level right now around this $85 a barrel.
And me just picking your brain and several others that have come on this network and talked about oil. Over time, by us spending a lot of time here, as the oil companies are just printing money right now.
100%.
Over time, is this not going to take the price of oil down? Aren't we like at a sweet spot where they're going to continue to drill and isn't supply, storage start to build here? I mean, again, I'm not saying it from a place of where I know something. I'm just saying it.
Yeah, and
thinking outside the box.
I've actually talked about that this weekend.
Yeah.
Really, what we have seen, and I listened to the conference calls, and they are cutting capex in the lower 48. A lot of the big ones. You've got COP, ConocoPhillips. You've got APA, Apache. You've got Devon. You've got, all of these companies are cutting capex because they don't want to lose investors this time around. Look, oil investors.
So they're just going to print the money, keep the money, and not.
That's what investors want to see. They want to pay down their debt, and they want buybacks, and they want and they want dividends, and
Yeah.
that is all they are
All
focused
about
and that's all they're focused on right now.
stock price.
You have to, it is when you think the energy sector went from a 20% weighting in the S&P 500 to 2% weighting.
Yeah.
I mean, that says a lot. It is, fallen out of favor, and it is different this time, and they are working to do that. They've been trying to convince this market of this since 2016, but, unsuccessfully. But I think, them staying where they are with oil prices this high says a lot to investors.
Yeah,
Right.
and the president's in a tough spot here with respect to the oil price, and the oil industry is kind of reacting. He keeps saying, he says things like "drill, baby, drill," but then he says to them, "You can't have high oil prices. I want oil prices lower. I want gasoline prices lower." So I think you get the word from the administration is
Muddied.
Yeah, exactly. And so if you're a corporate CEO, if you're a board, you're saying, you know what, we don't know. We're gonna do what Shai said. We're gonna strain the capex. We're gonna milk this. We're gonna run for cash. Share buybacks, dividends. We're going to build back, investors' good graces. Investors want to see investment broadly in AI and the AI story. That's not what we do. We're just going to keep our head down. We're going to print cash, and we're going to make a lot of money for ourselves. And that's better than thinking about investing in domestic oil production, where the rules and regulations could change. And if Democrats get back in control or a new regime, in 2028. Then there's no reason to be really spending a lot of money to increase oil capacity at this point. The other thing is refined product prices are booming, right? Crack spreads, Shai mentions them all the time, are very strong. At some point, we need to get refining capacity expansions dealing with these high cracks. But right now, it's not on the cards.
Yeah. Let's talk about gold before we head into Jimmy's edge report and get Danielle in here today. I continue to say gold looks like a sell the rally tape to me just because of the technicals. I know that the backdrop, look, I own gold in my portfolio, of physical as well. I feel like, we all want it to go up if you own it, but I look at it and go, I would not be a new initiating buyer here. I think that a lot of people disagree with that. But again, when I look at the chart, at the price action to me, and everything I hear from you guys, I guess if I just were to paint the picture of what the world looks like in a year or two or even longer, part of it supports gold, part of it doesn't. Maybe that's a story as to why it's kind of struggling here. What do you think about gold in this moment?
Yeah, I think it's benefiting from a shift out of treasuries globally.
Yeah.
As folks are becoming more concerned about supply, they don't want to lose money in their. It's nice to get 5% yield, but if you're not going to hold it for 30 years, you're going to lose money. Maybe you want to store more wealth in gold, not only in the U.S. but globally. But you're right. When real yields are rising, there's a headwind to that traditional flow into the gold space. But ultimately, I think the way this plays out is at some point, yields become a larger deterrent on risk assets and will force some activity from the central bank somewhere. And gold will anticipate that. And so I think that's why you're starting to see a little bit of a change in correlation here where yields are rising and gold's kind of hanging in.
Yeah,
right. As opposed to what we normally expect is yields rising, gold getting slammed, and the dollar's been rallying and gold getting slammed. That's really not what you're seeing. You're seeing gold is holding in better than it quote unquote should.
I agree with that because remember we talked about this last time Danielle was on, the nuance of when we were sitting right around 4,000. I was bullish gold then, and now it's come up 10% off that low. And again, it kind of just stalls, but it doesn't retrace that hard.
Right. Well, exactly. And with rising yields, that kind of is a testament to that. We already know there's an underlying central bank bid at 4,000. The central banks have told us PBOC is buying like crazy. Big Poland, you've got Italy now buying. So you do have that bid from foreign central banks.
Jimmy, I know you're going to go over the edge report here in a minute, but just quick thoughts really on gold from you from a technical basis. Have we seen anything in this area for you to any specific prices we should be watching?
Yeah, there's a little bit of a conflict here technically on the chart. I mean, moving averages are sloping up. We've had a nice run up off the lows. We're above that 4,400 swing high that we had not too long ago. But we're stuck. I mean, I have a PAX line at 4,490. How awesome is that PAX line? For, we just, every time we even approach it, sellers kind of push us back down. So we're kind of stuck at the top here, at least on this chart for the last 5 or 6 days right now. But look at the moving averages are constructive and the RSI is pretty positive here as well. So we'll see. If we get kind of back down in between that 8 EMA and the 21 EMA, then I might start worrying a little bit about the downside. odd, but I'm not too worried about it right now, as long as we're above 4,400.
Greg, close us out before the Edge Report.
Yeah, quiet day today. But as we saw yesterday, markets moved a little bit more than expected. I suspect that's what we're going to see a little bit more today. Maybe some of that supportive positioning is dissipating a little bit. Fed minutes tomorrow, VIX expiry tomorrow. As we push through this week, and get ready for macro to matter. Next week's a big week. Core PCE, war speech, and NVIDIA earnings. So touch grass maybe the next couple of days, but get ready for some things next week.
FOMC minutes Wednesday, I think, will be important too.
Touch grass. Just make sure you're wearing a hat or sunscreen. It's supposed
It's
about
hot.
98 degrees out here in South
Disgusting
Florida.
here.
Yeah, it's pretty hot. Chet, been a good morning. Somebody made a little crack at me earlier. Said, good to see Anthony here 2 days in a row. Yeah, maybe I'll make it 3 tomorrow. Oh, just really pleasing.
Can we get Kalshi odds on that?
Yeah, as we should start. Smart.
I'd bet that.
Yeah.
I would.
Yeah, they know the schedule. All right, everybody, it's about that time for this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jimmy.
All right, well, let's go to the NASDAQ weekly chart. Deli is asking for COT data, and he's right on point to ask that. I mean, the third panel here at the bottom of my chart, that's the commitment of trader histogram bars. And you can see we had this the blue area here are the positions for the large speculators. And they went from almost neutral, maybe a little bit positive 2 weeks ago, to actually a fairly large short position, 39,000 contracts short. That's a pretty big number. Now, if you look left, it's been positive forever, right? And even though the price hasn't changed that much, it's been positive, neutral. And this is the first time we have this big green, a blue histogram bar to the bottom side. So these large specs are definitely increasing their short positions. Alternatively, at the same time, the hedgers, the commercials, are literally positive now. They have a net positive position. So this is all flip-flop the opposite direction. This is, in my opinion, a bearish indicator right now. If we look at a daily chart here for the NASI, we have a decent retracement back down here. I measured it from this kind of this low here that we saw at the end of July all the way up to the highs. That's that fib line on the right-hand side. And we're getting close to that 23.6% retracement to the downside. And we're right in that rotation zone between the 8 and the 21 EMA right now, with a fairly large red candle with a lot of room to the downside. And remember, previous week's low is sitting right on that 21 EMA, and that's at 29,533. So that might be a different target, which could actually break below that could bring us down to a 38.1% retracement from this kind of short-term trend fib that I have drawn right now. RSI starting to slope under, right? The RSI has crossed under the signal line. Not substantially, but enough to take notice. Overnight, this is the overnight picture. Let me open this up a little bit more to see what we got cooking here. But, we lost VWAP in the rearview mirror right after the Asian IB. Sellers keeps pushing us down. A little bit of a pause in the middle of the night, and then boom, London IB hits. Sellers take over again to a lower level here, all the way down to MenthorQ's one-day min and then some. Targets to the downside include S3, which is at 29,581, and then put support is at 29,500. If this thing does turn around and we could defeat this VWAP here, which is right by S1, by the way, we have the 0 DTE put support, which is kind of compelling here, just short of 30,000 at 29,995. Above that 0 DTE high vol level, right above that 30,000 level, 30,079, and a whole bunch of targets here to the upside on the NASDAQ. So right now, the sellers are definitely in charge here. Let's toggle over to a 30-day Treasury bond chart right now, just to kind of dive into some of the details here. The main story we've been talking about for several days is the same. Series of lower highs, series of lower lows. But the big deal last night was we broke through this double bottom here, which was, approximately tracking 108 in 08 seconds. Now we're getting close to 107 handle. I do have a target wick down here from October 2023 at 107 and 4 seconds. So that's also on my range. And then the other thing I had to do for downside targets, I had to add a fib extension, and this was not a really good one. You can see it on the left-hand side of my screen here. And basically it does give me some fib extension numbers, but it wasn't a clear application of that, but I put them on anyway. That's 61.8% is at 107.21, 30 seconds, and then 76.6 at 106.27. So again, this is looking very, very heavy on the daily chart right now. RSI is just kind of gently sloping down here. Intraday, let's take a peek at the 30-year. Remember, yields were over 5.3 this morning when I logged in. I don't know what they are right now. But right now, relatively tight range. Nice point of control there. 25,000 contracts traded at 108 and 230 seconds right now. Again, right above that 0 DTE put support and main put support at 108 even. You often see these levels at these even levels on the Treasury bonds. The overnight low was 107.29. And then a MenthorQ's one-day min, the expected range, the expected minimum range is 107 and 29 30 seconds. On the upside, well, session highs, 108, 11, 30 second. That is this morning's Ed Report. Back to you, Deli and Shai.
Thank you, Jimmy. As I'm listening to Jimmy, I'm reading Danielle's The Daily Feather this morning. Thank you, George Washington. Just getting caught up. Danielle, I'm doing my homework before I get ready for you. Shai, preview of our guest.
We have a Danielle DiMartino Booth. We love having her, CEO and Chief Strategist at QI Research.
Let's take a look at who else will be in the lineup here on NinjaTrader Live this morning. It is Tuesday, so it is Tuesdays with T. That's Tape Talk with TTrades at 8:45 following Danielle. Then we've got Trade the Open, Black Boxes, Merritt Black and Christian trading boxes. Midday Markets is Bald Leo and Salma. And then we have Trade the Close with Joey, Jack, and Nick for a tick. All right, let's bring in the one and only Danielle DiMartino Booth. Good morning, Danielle.
Good morning. Happy day number 2. I'm just proud to be here. I might have to come back tomorrow just to see if you're here.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see what the weather's like and squeeze something in, but not kidding. Well, great to have you here. Catching up on your morning Daily Feather. Everybody definitely make sure you go and check out Danielle's Daily Feather. It's great. This morning, what we're talking about here on NinjaTrader Live is yields inching higher. Is this the time? Are they going to matter? What are you seeing?
Well, they're not really inching higher because of any inflation concerns, and that makes it even more concerning, if you will. This is a lot of premium that's being built in. This is a lot of global issues that are falling into this, and right now it feels like everything's stretched so tight. You feel like something's going to bounce back violently and hard. People don't talk about the credit cycle because it's not something that they want to talk about. It's not something that's visible. But if you're following triple C yields right now, I mean, they have gone bananas. Bankruptcies continue to flow through. They're going to continue to flow through. I just read a report this morning. Distressed debt is going up, and that's kind of the percentage of debt that's trading at 1,000 basis points or more over corresponding treasuries. So. Again, people forget about credit, and that's what really, really matters here when you have these kinds of yields as a backdrop.
Yeah, every time you come on, we always dive into credit, and I don't really hear many other people besides you talking about it. I think we need a quick education before I hand it over to Shai so everyone understands triple C yields. Talk about that.
Well, if you think about the letter D as in Danielle, but not in that context, D is in default. The letter C in the alphabet's right before it. And that's how I always explain yields to people. So triple C is the lowest rung of credit that is still technically high yield before something slips over that Rubicon into D for default. And we're seeing record levels of distressed debt exchanges. Distressed debt exchanges are pursued in lieu of actual bankruptcy filings. And it's great for investment bankers because they get to do They get to pretend like the company's not insolvent so that they can collect fees twice when they do a distressed debt exchange and then when they eventually file Chapter 11, Chapter 7. Speaking of Chapter 7, which means liquidation, we're seeing more of those as companies that enter Chapter 11 are not able to line up financing to get them through the bankruptcy process, reorganization, and come back out such that they're liquidating. So the credit cycle continues on in the background. And in 2018, this is what stopped Jay Powell short. Credit is what forced the first and biggest Powell pivot. So I promise you, this is what Kevin Warsh is watching quietly the most closely right now.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to ask. I was going to bring up Warsh. I mean, he did say he wanted the market to do the work for him, to tighten, so he didn't necessarily have to raise rates. And it looks like
It's
the
working
bond
hard.
market's taking that and running with it. So, do you expect this to hit the equity market at any point?
Well, sure, it should. It should have a long time ago. But again, and Anthony, when I talk about triple C's, that is the cuspiest, that is the dodgiest level of credit. If you see it start to creep into the higher rated high yield bond universe, then it bleeds directly into the equity market and it gets ugly. People forget that September's not a friendly month. October's famous, historically speaking, but September's not typically a friendly month for the equity market. And the way things are lining up geopolitically, stubbornly high oil prices. If we were actually measuring the unemployment rate correctly, if the labor force participation rate was not plummeting, if the response rate for the unemployment rate survey was not in the 60s, as opposed to the 90% level it was at in the 90s, we would see a much higher misery index. Anthony, you've got gray hair. I do too under here somewhere. But you remember the misery index, and that's what happens when you add the unemployment rate to the inflation rate. And right now, a lot of households are absolutely miserable, driving for Uber, working multiple jobs, and dealing with stubbornly high essentials inflation. That is where we are right now. We're seeing it play out, whether it's ADP's weekly data. New York Fed services just hit, of course, the New York Fed region is the largest servicing employment region in the country. We saw employment come down again. So the underlying real economy right now is suffering, and the bond market is doing a really good job of making it suffer more.
So does that just mean that you think the Fed should be cutting rates?
September rate cuts are very, very tenuous. Yes, absolutely, the Fed should be cutting rates. We went from 44% of Americans anticipating higher borrowing costs to 53% of Americans anticipating higher borrowing costs in the University of Michigan's initial report in a month. So Americans, small business bankruptcies are up 24% year over year in the first 7 months of 2026. Of course, we should be cutting rates. But Warsh has got a credibility issue, or he's got to prove his credibility. And, we're 11 weeks out as of, today from the midterm elections, and cutting rates right in front of election. It's very, very bad optics, whether it's needed or not. It's very bad optics for somebody who's trying desperately to prove that he is independent and apolitical. Should he choose September 16th, the day before my birthday? Chai, you've got to get up to New York for this FOMC debrief dinner. I'll just send you miles, Chai. Just come on up. It's cooler up there.
All right, I'll come up.
Come on
No
up.
kidding,
But
right?
if the Fed should lower rates right in front of this election, it would be very poor optics for Mr. Warsh.
And we've got 10-year yields up higher too.
273.
At
373.
at what point does Besant get very uncomfortable?
Mm-hmm. Where is Besant? But clearly he's in Tokyo. But where is Besant? Why is Besant not announcing a huge buyback program? We're acting as if Warsh is the only player in the room here when Besant has tremendous power to come into a very illiquid segment of the Treasury market where there's not a lot of outstanding. They're issuing bills, but there isn't even $1 trillion worth of the 10-year laying around out there outstanding. If he wanted to move higher, long maturity rates lower, he could do it in a heartbeat. Where's Besant?
Should be a meme.
Where is Besant? Make stickers.
Maybe Warsh needs a task force for that. Maybe Warsh needs a Besant task force. Okay, I speak tongue in cheek. I'm kidding. I'm punchy. I'm moving 4 kids into college in Austin, Texas, where it's 101 degrees.
I get it. It's hot here too. Well, speaking of are you surprised? We talked about this earlier this morning, but I wanted to get your thoughts on it. Are you surprised that gold has held up so well with yields moving higher?
Credit, credit, credit. Gold is your ultimate safe haven place to hide, especially when treasuries are misbehaving, if treasuries are at the point that they're going to cause disruption in the credit market. Gold is the place to hide. Gold does not only reflect inflation, disinflation, deflation dynamics. Gold also reflects what's happening in the credit markets. And when things are starting to crack and break in the credit markets, when the cost to insure against Nvidia defaulting is going through the roof, you go to gold.
What about silver?
Silver's a little bit of a different animal, and silver is more occupied by tourists, generally speaking. Gold was a huge tourist destination in the major run-up that we had last year. But silver is always a tourist destination, at least if you follow social media. And it's got industrial use. It's silver's, to me at least, the much more speculative of the two. Personally, I love platinum. But anyways, I digress. And I'm really not talking about precious metals anymore, am I?
Well, go into why you like platinum.
Oh, it was a joke. I wear lots of it. And carbon. And
Yeah, I
carbon
like
prices.
platinum, too.
Don't go there. Don't go to carbon prices. No, they're falling.
Platinum has not seen the jump, and I buy platinum stuff too. So it has not seen the jump, even though it went up to what, 2,000 whatever.
Well,
So should we be buying more watches and jewelry and platinum because it's going
Yes.
to like.
I
It'll
mean,
catch
it's
up.
you know,
Yes.
it's sitting around 1,700 right now. I think it's in a nice place.
I'm a fan. Are we worried about the amount of corporate debts from all of these AI companies that is coming into the market right now, flooding the market?
Gee, Tracy, why are bond yields so high? Yes, we're worried about it. That's what the bond market is reflecting right now. It's reflecting the fact that the credit markets have gone completely haywire. Issuance is through the roof. I mean, this is the quiet month of August, and you're seeing record levels of corporate issuance that's feeding basically fiber optics 2.0. I mean, let's get real here. I mean, people don't like to say these things out loud, but I've long since given up on the platform formerly known as Twitter, and the haters on it. So I can say it out loud. AI is fiber optics 2.0. Why do we need 11, 12x any other country's number of data centers? Why? Literally nobody can answer the question.
Well, and there's a lot of backlash, it seems, too. People don't want them in their backyard, which may pose a problem.
NIMBY, and there's not enough. The grid can't support everything that has already been pre-financed. And people don't talk about depreciation schedules. I was a huge fan of my accounting classes here when I studied in Austin. People don't talk about the fact that these things are obsolete before they're even depreciated. No, look, nobody wants to talk about this because if the AI bubble bursts, then what else do we have to talk about? Nothing. We just have to talk about the weather because that's the only thing holding up the real economy. It's the only holding up risky assets. But you have to acknowledge the elephant in the room.
So do you believe that this AI, I don't even know what to categorize it as, this AI boom is a bubble?
I think I just said that.
Yeah.
Fiber optics
Especially
2.0,
especially as it pertains to credit, especially as it pertains to the credit markets. And I mean, NVIDIA's like, okay, we've got a credit problem here, so we're just going to create out of thin air a $500 billion fund so that we can make sure that everybody who wants to buy anything has funding for it. What? I mean, people are not like, this is circular financing on steroids. Again, but nobody will talk about it in the future. We'll be like, it was so obvious then, but we won't talk about it right now.
See, I look at it in two ways, because one way I look at it as price bubble, which could easily be the case, versus use case bubble. Like, I can't imagine a world where everyone's not using AI in the future. So that's part of
It's not
the
that.
backdrop to
It's
why.
that it's that if everybody's using it, it becomes overnight a commodity, and it's already gone in that direction in China, where we know that it can be produced at a much cheaper rate. There's no
At cheaper
denying
rate.
we're all going to use
That's the
AI.
key.
The question is at what price?
That is the question, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we can go on and on about this. We got a minute left, Danielle. What did we miss from today's conversation that we could talk about here for this last minute?
I think we're missing the fact that credit lending standards are tightening. Auto lending is ratcheting back. Credit card lending standards in the most recent Fed Senior Loan Officer Opinion Survey, they're tightening. The housing market, the Airbnb jocks who used to run around South Beach, they can't get financing. So there's some real underlying issues and pressures right now in the real economy. You're
I'll be there
laughing.
to buy that
I made
dip.
you laugh, Anthony.
I mean, that was pretty good. Yeah. I mean, I'll be there to buy the dip in Miami if there is one.
If there is
Oh,
one.
I'm a buyer.
it's coming in Miami. I mean, Miami's got a little oversupply issue.
Just as coach. I know I've been watching the market, but again, catching up on your letter this morning, Daily Feather. Everybody go follow Danielle on X, subscribe to her Daily Feather, and everything else she's doing. We really appreciate and love having you here on NinjaTrader Live. Thank you, Danielle.
Thank you.
And thank you for having me.
I think I'll come here tomorrow for day 3, just for Danielle. She was asking about it.
All right.
You know? And did she throw a little shade at me with the gray hair?
So
Did that feel like?
I don't.
I don't have to think about that next time I come on with her, have a little conversation with my girl Danielle. But anyway, quick thought process coming out of that combo with Danielle.
So yeah, I mean, underlying things in the market are, especially credit, seems to be something to be worried about, particularly for the small cap. She mentioned small business bankruptcies, and that powers forward. So that's just another pressure on those types of businesses and perhaps the equity market. So,
Yeah.
and she mentioned too as well that September seasonally is not a great time for the equity market.
This is why I liked having her and Jem talking together so much. Like her expertise in Fed and credit is beyond. And, obviously we know what Jem is and understanding the flows and what's happening in the options market and beyond. I mean, he's super talented. And again, it's going into the depths of the stuff that is, it makes me gray. I'm going to be more gray after this episode. It's just too much to think about. I just want to know buy or sell. Anyway, I think we kind of know a little bit more coming out of this one today. All right, Shai.
All right.
We'll see you later. All right.
Thank you.
Good morning, T. Looking fresh this morning. How you feeling?
Good. I don't know. I missed the whole last segment, but your hair is looking really good.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, I do throw a little extra effort in when I'm coming out with you. There's only one person on screen. I got to make sure like everyone's only looking at one guy. You know what I mean? Normally, I got somebody to offset this. Got a lot of focus on me here. It's putting a lot of pressure on me, T.
I think you can handle it.
I can. All right. Well, here we are, mid-August. Some things moving, actually.
Yeah.
And I'm curious to see what you're seeing. Let's dive into the charts. And before we do so, remember, everybody, each and every Tuesday, it's Tuesdays with T on NinjaTrader Live. And this segment is brought to you by CME Group, where risk meets opportunity. T, let's take a look at the charts.
Well, unlike you, don't have the best hair in the business, but we can start out with oil because that's actually pretty interesting. So we do have that big expansive month that we talked about last month, and then we open up this next month and we form a low. And so I'm just looking for oil to get a continuation lower. And this kind of lines up with the dynamics of what we're seeing on the other markets. But, these dots here, I'm just looking as long as these dots hold, this trend is continuing higher. So I'm just looking for this to continue higher, back up into these highs towards the end of the month. And then we do have these previous month's highs that are also lined up. We were talking back here, looking for it to go back higher out of this gap right here. And then I was sick, so I wasn't on. But I am bullish on energy and oil right now, and will remain that probably towards the end of the month, just seeing if we can continue this trend.
T, hearing you say that, oil's been in a range. It could be the factor that changes a lot of dynamics in other markets as well. I mean, everyone has been watching oil. It's been stuck in this mid to low 80s. We had that little bit of a move outside of that range, higher above it and below it. And now you're saying we could be now poking at the top. And I'd be curious to see what that means for everything else. I mean, you start seeing oil get ramped up. You start seeing oil with a 9 in front of it, 90 handle.
Yeah, I think if you see a 9, you see a 10, you know what I mean? So
yeah.
I think if we get up into the 90s there and hold it, we're going to see those hundreds once again. So we'll see. It does make sense as we've taken a range low, we go back into the middle of the range, and then if we form a higher low, which I'm viewing this as a higher low because it is. I can see this move higher back up into the 90s, like you're saying. So it is quite
Talk about
interesting in the energy sector.
Yeah, let's go to natural gas then. I don't know if you have that up on your chart, but we talked about this yesterday. It's been tapping on the recent lows.
Yeah,
and
that's
saw a little bit of a bounce today. I mean, it's
I guess you could call that a little bounce. I don't know.
yeah. I mean,
Maybe a drift.
you squint.
Yeah, if you squint, it might look like it's going higher. I mean, we talk about this a lot. I'm one that likes to focus on the things that are relatively strong. So if I'm bullish, I'm wanting to focus on what's moving. So instead of trying to buy something that's lagging behind in the hope that it would catch up, I'd rather focus on something like, oil, gas. Like gas is absolutely on a tear right now. I would rather focus on something like this that is trending hard versus trying to focus on natural gas, which is lagging behind or a lot weaker than the other things in the sector. So, gasoline, that's pretty interesting. I didn't look at diesel yet, but, it's also above its highs. So, looking at it, oil is actually the weakest of the three that I focus on. So I would be focusing on gas most likely.
Again, this sets a different tone for what we've seen in the tape for some time. I mean, earlier this year, oil was the market that was in favor, and equities stutter-stepped initially on it, but then rallied with it. And now you really wonder, heading into the end of the quarter, what this starts to look like here if oil and the rest of the energy market continues to peak higher. Again, everybody, I think it's something to really to keep an eye on. Even if you're not trading the energy markets, keep an eye on the pricing. T, where do you want to go next?
I know you're talking about metals, so we can go there. Gold holding up. You're talking about rates, bonds. We can also hop into there. But I mean, I'm not trying to fade the gold move like this. I think people see a breakout and they just always try to fade it. I don't really get it. Last time, in 2025 when we had a breakout like this, I don't like to fade it. So the way I'm viewing this is I'm just bullish on gold. At least until the month end, but until we get some sort of actual bearish price action, which we haven't had yet. So to me, I'm just looking for this to continue higher, looking for metals. Silver, a little bit weaker on the lower time frames here, but I would just be focusing on gold getting a continuation higher towards the month end.
Again, it's setting up this thing where you have energy and metals back in play to the upside. Starts to create a little bit of a different market environment than we've had. I mean, again, metals have been continued to get hit. Gold, silver, platinum, all made their lows for the year. Last month or the beginning of this month? And so now maybe they're back in play with energy. I mean, again, I don't know what it means for equity markets, but I do know that when these markets start to come back into play and they trend, and they could potentially trend hard from here. Interesting seeing that you're bullish across both of them, because we've also had that dynamic earlier in the year, T, where it was like metals were out of favor, energy markets were in favor. And now potentially on your charts, they're both in favor to the upside.
Yeah. I don't use a correlation between those two specifically. But, earlier in the year, it was like you could use oil as an inverse to the index. So, I mean, they sometimes just switch around. You just got to pay attention and you'll catch on to them. But it's never a thing like it used to be where it's just like, dollar does this, gold does that. Like I don't know. The dynamics aren't the same anymore. But into the indices, I was looking for a little retracement here, just because if you look, NASDAQ takes out this high. It was the strongest. ES or the S&P fails to take out that high. So that little divergence between them, just looking for it to run into these range lows, right? So we just have a range here, which makes sense. We have a very, massive move, which we talked about here, where the risk to reward just made sense in terms of buying dips. And we have a massive move. We have a consolidation following that massive move. We take out one side of the range. We go to the other side of the range. So for me, the big plan here for this week is just how does ES react at this low? NQ hasn't hit it. YM is a lot weaker, right now. So I'm favoring just looking at the S&P in terms of determining direction. And I'm just going to watch this low. If we form a reversal off this low, I'm just keeping this bullish bias into the month end. And then if we don't, this is where we can get a little breakdown and where is our target back to there? We're going back towards that monthly open or back into this previous range, right? So, it's never a bad idea to just mark out the previous high that we've taken out and just use that as a level as well. So To me, it's going to be more of a how do we close today, right? We already had a pretty good move. NASDAQ, a lot larger move, catching back up to ES. You've noticed ES had a pretty bearish move yesterday, continuation of that move. NASDAQ holds up yesterday, so then it catches up today, and that's what leads to that big move today. But yeah, I'm just going to be watching ES at this low. I'm still favoring the upside, from these lows, but I want to see how we react there, and that will be telling me what to do with my position. So,
yeah, and it's an interesting 24 hours with FOMC minutes and VIX expiration as to where they'll probably cause a little bit of volatility within the market. And I agree with you. The indexes are teetering here on just seeing what the rest of this month could look like. A failure here today, and you said something very important, is how we close today. Like we could have an intraday move lower, which is already about, we're down nearly 400.
we've already,
but,
we already have.
so, I'm assuming that that's going to stay the case heading into the open today. At least, I don't think it's going to recover that much before the bell rings. But nonetheless, you have, that pullback, and the question will be, is it a flush and back into that grind up, potentially higher moment that we've seen, or is it something else? If it closes in the toilet today, I agree, and I've been somebody who's been very vocally bullish about NASDAQ. If we close on the lows today, or we stay from here and lower below 29,800, dynamic shifted a little bit maybe.
Yeah, I'm in agreement. I've been bullish basically. You guys remember me even here. I was pretty bullish. This could be a potential turning point into the end of the year. I would prefer us to keep a continuation and just be able to hold those longs higher. But if we decide to come back into the range, that's where, what are we going to do? Chop around again for 2 months? Then it's like, then I have to sell options, which is, I don't mind it, but it's boring.
Yeah.
So,
all right, what are we headed to next?
Yeah, VIX, actually. We don't talk about it much here, but as we were talking about it, I think VIX is at a pretty interesting spot where if the markets are starting to go lower, this is something that I will watch and see if it spikes. We won't get too much into using it, but I think it is in a good spot where there can be some more volatility to come back in just after running out these lows here. So that is something to watch. Bitcoin, I have one line on my chart. I'm still only looking for 67K. It's just been a chop fest in here. It's not that interesting. So I'm just waiting for it to reach for that level, previous month's high. And if it leaves this month like this inside, then I'm just looking for the next month to go into that high.
That chart just looks like a torture chamber to me. I've been trading Bitcoin for a while. You can't hold it.
Doesn't look great. Yeah. So maybe 6, maybe 7, 6, 7, somewhere up there.
Are we doing that? Does anybody ever really clarify?
Someone in chat said it. So we ought to, But let's go into dollar before we finish up here. Dollar is not interesting to me. We just had this large move, right? We had a few days that took out, this previous month's range, and then we're just in this consolidation. So to me, whenever I see a consolidation, I'm just favoring a move back into the range. So you see, take out a low, go back into the range, take out a high, go back into the range. We took out this low. So then now I'm just going to see, how do we react around this gap? Do we react to the gap, go back lower, or do we inverse it and then we can go back higher? This is more of a range. So foreign currencies are not great to me. I would say if you want to focus on something, focus on things that are moving, focus on oil, gas, indices, metals. I don't think the dollar's great right now to focus on.
Yeah, and again, I go back to where we started today, energy. I think that's something that I think it's been a horrible trade for a while, oil, because you've had mixed headlines. You've got technicals kind of stuck in the middle. And if it starts to rear its head again, it becomes a good trade again. It's just, we'll see what happens with it. And we have not talked about natural gas much at all on this network for a while. I think that's starting to become a market of interest. And again, if you have the metals and energy markets flying, it just means that equity markets are going to get busy. And so then we'll see what happens from there. So the good news is that
usually the other way. Normally when you see energy and gold go really high, you're like, okay, this is not great for my long positions. But yeah, we can revisit natural gas in the future. It's not something that's on my list right now. There's very few things I try to buy the reversals on, and this is not one that looks like a reversal trade I would try to take. So avoiding that. So,
a minute left. Can we take a look at ZB?
Sure. So yeah, bonds, I mean, rates going up, we can look at the 10-year if we want, but I mean, this is just, it's a downtrend. There's nothing bullish in it yet. So it's just a continuation. We can see how we react at these lows, but to me, I'm just being bearish on bonds, bullish rates until otherwise noted. I mean, if we go look at the 10-year, it's, you know, I don't know why you'd want to try to short this right now. It's just continuing higher. So until the Fed does something or, you know, something changes, I'm just bearish bonds, bullish rates, going to stay that way.
Yeah. And again, markets are in a position here now, energy, metals, rates, where equities probably can't start to look away at what these next moves are. Good thing for traders. Going to be busy.
I think the
middle of
volatility
August.
is coming back, you know?
It's getting ready to rear its head. I agree.
Yeah,
All right,
it's
T,
funny
we
saying
gotta
that
end it there.
after this massive move, but you know.
I know. Yeah. We call it as we see it, T. It's where we are on a Tuesday in August. And again, I hope that everyone, my message is going to be, again, don't over anticipate or overthink this tape. Let's let the tape, it is setting up for a busier time, which is a good thing. But again, don't over anticipate it. T, a pleasure as usual. We'll see you next Tuesday. Follow my boy on X. Check out what he's doing in YouTube, and then you and I are going to be on Discord in a week.
Yeah, next week I think. You know,
yeah, next week.
I'm assuming with the way the trend is going, I think your hair will be less gray then. It's lighten. It's not lightened up.
Could be. I appreciate you recognizing that trend.
Yeah, it's a great trend. I'm buying dips on that.
We cover everything here. Yeah, I would buy the dip on it. Just bid.
maybe some out of money calls even. Some extra leverage on.
Yeah. All right, T. We'll see you next week, my brother. Have a good one.
All right, see ya.
All right, everybody. Couple announcements, then we get into black boxes as we do on Tuesdays. First up, let's talk about Discord. Coming off of Discord with T this week on Wednesday. It's going to be me, Farm, and Pax. Boy, is that going to be interesting. I mean, guys, do you think that Pax, do we just let him go? We wind him up and just let him go, and Farm and I kind of dip in and out when we can? I think that's kind of what's going to happen. So join us there to see what Pax and Farm will say without them being on camera. I mean, because they say anything on camera, let alone what they're going to say when they're not on camera. It's just audio. Sometimes people get a little, a little yippy. It'll be fun. And, of course, next week's with T. Next thing, Sarah Stratzheimer. Develop Your Edge. August 20th. That's tomorrow. How to identify and trade reversals with my girl, Sarah Stratzheimer. I've talked about this before. I love her strategy for traders. It's clear, it's concise. Sarah's built a career using the strat. You're going to do a deep dive in it tomorrow, 4 p.m. Eastern. Don't want to miss it. So it's Thursday. Today's the 18th. Man, you know what? This is what happens when I have my glasses on. I got production going. It's not tomorrow, Deli. It's Thursday. Snap out of it. I'm tomorrow with Pax and Farm. It's all right. We'll figure it out. All right. Next up, black boxes. Let's get ready to trade the open with Merritt Black and Christian trading boxes. Look at this crew. Look at they're all cleaned up, ready to go. I mean, I got to tell you guys, we got to go back and look at each and every week. I mean, at least Chris has some consistency, but like what I'm looking for. Like Merritt's got a different identity every other week. You wonder what it's different. He's got a different haircut. Do we notice beard, mustache, background? I mean, I don't know what to say about this.
You never know. Got to keep you on your toes.
You got to keep you on your toes, man. So good morning, guys. You heard a lot of what TTrades and I talked about covering the gamut. Any positions coming on initially today? Anybody?
No, not for me.
Nothing here, brother.
Nothing. All right. Well, we've got a big down day in NASDAQ. Let's start with Chris. Chris, what are you seeing on the charts?
Yeah, so look, I wanted to take a second here to go over the larger structure so we can know where we are. Let me share this. And I made a post about this yesterday, but it's so pretty much in 2024 and 2020, and I'm not just comparing those times, but this is the weekly structure that we're in. We're creating a weekly wedge, and the move that we saw on the daily in the last few days was a bounce to create this lower high. This is in 2024, and this is in 2020. And today, it's pretty much like this. This is this is a QQQ, but this is pretty much where we were yesterday, and we're seeing a pretty big reaction from there, confirming the weekly wedge. Right? We had a swing high, a swing low, and for those who have watched my Developer Edge segment, you can see that this is the wedge in the making. And after the rejection from this weekly lower high here that we put in the past and that we're putting in now, price moves all the way back down into the daily 20 EMA before we sort of start a negotiation again. Do we hold and do we bounce, or do we fail and then move lower to seek that weekly higher low before this weekly wedge completes? And then we either break out higher if the markets can continue higher, or we can roll over. But this is pretty much the structure that we're in right now. And hopefully that gives everybody an idea of what to expect here over the next, week to 2 weeks and the type of environment that we're in. So, higher time frame, a pretty big rejection, pretty big sell-off. A lot of the AI semiconductors, I'm feeling it with the swings that I have on. But I did take partials up there, thankfully. But with that said, the main sort of scenarios that I'm looking at for today, we've moved down all the way back down into this prior consolidation, the bull-bear zone. We also have the prior wedge support, and on the 4-hour, we also have the monthly VWAP. So we have a strong area of support here, combining three major different things. If we are to hold here, then we can bounce to the London high 820 zones to seek now a 4-hour, lower high. We haven't really bounced to create a lower high on the 4 hours. So if we do hold here, we can get that bounce either at 820s or 900, 920s. But if we do continue lower, where's that daily 20 EMA that I talked about, where it's a prior week low? So it makes sense that we can still continue lower to reach that target that we have reached in many scenarios in the past. And then maybe bounce from there. So I'll be looking to see if we can hold here. I'm currently looking for shorts, so for a bounce to short. But if we hold here, then we can get that bounce. If not, we go into that daily 20 EMA and then prior week low, and then get a stronger bounce, and then start a pretty much we're back in a multi-day consolidation inside a larger weekly consolidation. So it's just a lot of mean reversion that we need to focus on, which I'll be doing for today.
Merritt, are we in a big area in the indexes on the stuff you're following right now? Let's take a look at what you got today. Curious.
No, not really. The pattern for those that have been kind of following along with the take week to week here is that, if you look at this yearly VWAP chart, we can expand it. We ran up to that +2. Right, we talked about it last week. It's hard to, what did I say? It's hard to sustain energy. It's hard for the market to do what it did here. This is very, very atypical to just grind the +2. Not that it can't ever happen, as we see, but a lot of times it's really tough to sustain after getting 2. So it's sideways, and now we're seeing the break. To me, it's just more of the same, where you reach that exhaustion point, you run out of that energy. You drift, you pull back. Maybe we get another opportunity for a trend continuation play here in the next week or two. But right now, big picture bull trend. We are in an uptrend for the year. Short term kind of mean reversion, kind of pulling in here, but just normal ebbs and flow, but not really from a fantastic trade location on the big picture right now. So for me, I'm dinking and dunking. I'm looking for a little short-term stuff and just playing in between.
What about in gold or maybe oil? Are any of those piquing your interest right now?
Not really. Not really. Gold has been bearish, right? We've kind of, we were rotational. We had the huge capitulation, huge drop. This was a bearish move. This was bullish here. this was bullish, and then all of a sudden, next thing you know, it just can't sustain any continued rotational behavior, and it starts to hold, and then boom, now you get kind of a downtrend, which is what we're technically in. It's flirting with trying to change that definition. If gold can continue to hold above 43.50, you know, even 42.50, that kind of zone in there, for more time, right? There's two ways that I use to kind of read a shift in a market. One is if we move far enough past the reference. The other is if we spend enough bars or time holding past the reference. So right now it's not moved enough, but if we start to spend more time here, it does become a quite a bullish chart. I'm with you though, and these lows are trash. These are not great lows in gold. It doesn't feel very warm and fuzzy to kind of lean off of them. But you can lean on lower time frames. Like, for example, coming into today here, if we look at this weekly, if we get, so we're rotational, we're bouncing around in between the upper and lower extremes of the VWAP for the week. This is also a crappy little low that we've put in here the past, 12 hours or so. If we can kind of run stops through there and stabilize, it's a short-term spot where I can be bullish and look for us to traverse back up to 44.70s, 44.80, that type of deal. So, some short-term trade location there, but a TBD big picture trade location.
Anything on oil? Because oil is starting to knock on the door a little bit higher, and you wonder if that maybe sparks some volatility in indexes as well.
Yeah, one thing I'm paying attention to in oil is that, think of it like gold, right? Where during this period here, you had a huge run up, huge, right? The war, all the, everything. And then it's trying to sustain this uptrend, which it's doing. It's unable to trade and sustain back inside of developing value for the year, the blue band. Right here's where we go far enough and things change. We try to continue that little uptrend. It fails. We get all the way to VWAP. But notice what's happened. What's normal a lot of times when you start to go rotational in a market is that you trade both extremes, the upper extreme, the lower extreme. This would be a perfect return to the scene of the crime, from where we launched from. It's unable to sustain after a couple of attempts anything through VWAP. So I pay attention to that. Multiple rejections of VWAP from one side are a clue to me. It's not like the biggest edge I have. It's not like a major factor, but it is a minor factor. So for crude, that yearly VWAP has really got my attention, and we are unable to really sustain anything below it at this time. Right now, I'm expecting for another test of these highs.
Got it. Boys, so far busy overnight. Volume isn't great, but be watching you guys to lead the team into this day, because one of the things I've been saying a lot, and I'll continue to say it, don't overthink August, don't overtrade August. Volumes aren't there. Just because it's busy overnight doesn't necessarily mean we're going to have a busy session. No two better guys to lead the crew on a morning like this. Appreciate you both. Everybody, show some love for the guys. Hit like and subscribe. We're almost at 250. Selma's all over me for what I'm going to do for 250. I don't know yet. Selma, if you're in chat, I don't know. I don't have an answer for you. He's trying to get me to fly everybody out to Aruba. Anyway, I go.
I'm team on
pump
Salma.
the brakes there.
That's the most Salma request I've heard.
She's like, yeah, let's fly everyone to an island. I'm like, yeah,
Let's buy an island.
Yeah. Yeah, White House UFC event. That's, you know what? That's a good idea. Yo, Mama 1505. Maybe after the 250, we do some giveaway here for UFC. What do you think about that,
Front row
Chad?
ticks.
I got to change my name to your mama now. And win those tickets.
Yeah, that could be the ticket item right there. Somebody goes, dye your hair red for 250. Isaac?
Woo.
Me?
Woo.
Yeah, maybe $1 million. I'll do that. When we get to $1 million, I'll dye my hair red. No, I won't.
All right.
That's okay. We can talk about it. Sounds fun.
It's on the
not
internet
realistic.
now, forever.
Yeah, I
Clip
know. Right. Yeah. No, don't worry about it. They won't. All right. Chat, thank you for a great morning. Boys, have a good day. I'll see you guys next week.
You too, brother. See you.
All right, Deli, take care. Morning, guys.
Just the two of us.
Morning, Merritt.
Make it if we
How's everybody doing?
try, just the two of us. Good morning.
Cooper.
Good morning, Koopa Loop.
See what we get today, huh?
Where to, boys? Where are we dropping?
Home. I don't know where you live, miss. Take me home.
Take me home. Are you too good for your home?
Oh, you guys should have that production in that scene. That girl gets in the car. She's like, where to, miss? Home. Where the is home? Morning, morning.
Morning, morning. Indicator on the bottom of the screen is delta, cumulative delta.
It's RSI. He loves RSI. I got RSI from him, believe it or not.
I trade purely based on RSI divergences and divergence between ES and NQ intraday.
Yes.
That's how I trade.
And FDGs, if I remember correctly.
How is the algo doing? It was up almost 9%. We have drawn down. It is down 2%. So it has had 4 losing sessions in a row.
Have you told it to just not lose?
I keep just kind of babying it. I'm like, hey, chill. No, everything is tracking nicely. It's very much within sample. It's tracking with what the back test reconciles each day. It's not doing anything weird. So it's good.
Did I still have that long? No, I got stopped out on my swing long yesterday from last week. I had a quarter left, and then I just took my stop at break even.
Good trade.
Yeah, it was a good one. It was a good one. Time to wait for the next one.
Mm-hmm. Jake asks, how are the Apteros? First of all, everyone who trades for Apteros does not trade Nadro. That's not a requirement. It's not a thing. Yeah, some of our students make it onto the desk and they focus on Nadro, but we have all kinds of traders on the desk. How are they doing in ES during the last 10 sessions with low volatility? Are they mostly staying aside, trading less? As usual, it's a mixed bag. We have I've got one guy who is newer on the desk, and he's been making like $1,500 to $2,000 just every single day. I've got other people who have not been placing some trades in indices that are usually a bit more active in them. I have some guys who really took advantage of the sell-off yesterday. I have some guys who fought the sell-off yesterday and lost money, right? And none of them actually traded poorly. It's just different styles, and they're taking their setups and they're doing their thing. And it's a beautiful mess. How about that pattern in the S&P yesterday, though? I probably shouldn't, but I keep coming on stream and I keep saying that pattern. It's your rotational. The market chart starts to go in balance. The new normal in the S&P, pick up and enjoy the alpha here. It's a passive participant shows up in a big way early on, which sets the tone for a trend. That's not the way things have been in the past. That's the way things have been for the past couple months. It's a real pattern. Catch it while you can.
Am I more of a swing trader? I would say yes, when the environment is there. If the environment's not there, I'm not swing trading, but I'm mostly day trading year round.
I'm not sure.
If I can get one, maybe two, good trades in the first 2 hours of the market open, then I'm not really looking to day trade anymore. My best window is the first 2 hours. It's all my scenarios play out, my levels hit. So it's just about me being available those first 2 hours, and that's it.
A quick lesson on the cumulative delta. We'll do a real quick one. You look at what price is doing, and then you look at cumulative delta on a short-term basis. And that is looking under the hood. So if you got a nice move up in price, you glance down at cumulative delta and you are asking the question, okay, we've had a nice move up in price. That's established. What are the aggressive buyers versus aggressive sellers doing during this nice up move? Are the buyers super strong? Are the buyers super weak? Has it been actually strong selling during an up move? That tells us it's a passive buyer that's dominating the landscape. That is cumulative delta in a 15-second elevator pitch, and you don't really need much more than that. You just have to learn how to see it. That's the trick.
Cats, yes. So this is a 4-hour look. You can see we're at the monthly VWAP. We're at the bull bear zone of this prior range, right? And the wedge support of the prior wedge we were in. So we are at a good level, but we are also seeing a big failed breakout at a weekly lower high. So that weekly structure has more strength behind the move. So I'm also interested, even though I like a long and I'm in an uptrend, I'm primarily a long only trader, but we haven't had a bounce to the 4-hour 9 SMA to create a lower high, right? The bounce to then check if we are going to continue lower or at least attempt a new low. So we haven't had that. So on a bounce based after a big failed breakout from a weekly sort of area, it does make sense for me to look for a short, right? Because I'm aligning with the trend, even though we're at a good horizontal support. If we are to continue lower to that 20 EMA on the daily that I'm targeting, then a bounce should be sold into to reach that area before some negotiation can take place over multiple days. What indicators do I have? I just have some moving averages, this zones indicator, and then RSI. I did start including the weekly VWAP. Dude, that thing's pretty nice.
Pretty nice.
At the swing long I put on last week on the breakout, that would have helped. It was right there as well. So for the future, that's added confluence. Structure's still heavy. ES bounced into VWAP maybe like an hour ago. Rejected. NQ is into the second lower low. So we are, we can potentially be seeing the end of this. Although if we fail to hold here at this multiple support area, then, the daily 20 EMA is that prior week low. That's ultimately my target on this move lower from the highs. That's either do we form acceptance here and fail to bounce to then lead to that move lower, or do we hold, maybe put in a failed breakdown of the overnight lows, or we already tried and bounce. For ES is at prior week's range support. We have undercut it so far and bounced, but the bounce only got rejected at prior week low, right? So it failed to reclaim prior week low. So scenario one says that if it cannot reclaim prior week low, then we can continue lower and attempt a new low. But there is a lot of support here. If we form acceptance, then we're going to see lower to 76.90s. Yeah, good rejection at prior week low in ES. So if you're short on that bounce, good job. Why only the weekly view up? I it's just something I saw that I liked. I don't know, nothing versus what, like daily view up. I have the daily view up on TradingView. I have the monthly view up on the 4-hour time frame. That is true. Well, not the monthly.
Not the yearly, not the quarterly.
Oh, ES is below. Yeah, that was a pretty nice bounce from the yearly view up. What is that, 2 weeks ago?
In what market?
In NQ.
Oh, yeah.
That's your kind of swing long down there, huh?
It's not my favorite. I would rather be. The more extreme I can get along from, the better. So VWAP's right in the middle. It's not my favorite, but it is
you
a
want
thing.
some
Very much
standard
a thing.
deviations below
So
it.
yeah.
What do you usually look at? Like 1, 2, 3, or like 2, 4?
Just 1 and 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do I expect from what?
What do you expect, Chris? What do you expect?
Expect price to do what price is going to do. Who's my Super Bowl pick? The Arizona Panthers.
Nice. That was good. He's here all day.
Like, if I knew what the market was going to do, my swing trading account would not be red today. It's down a pretty penny. But I got to write it out. That's what swing trading is. AAOI is it's coming for me, Dale.
I hate the scale of my chart right now.
STX and MU with
feel
a
like
pretty big
it's the
gap
right-
down. I'm going to manage some of these swings at the open, guys. So I may miss something. All right, let's see what we get.
It's just ugly scale. About that time. Oh,
What's going on? Close the market.
close the market. Same thought. Same thought.
Yeah.
That was some selling there.
So far, semi's being bouncing.
My goodness.
Action being supported for now in some names.
I bought a
AOI
little bit.
bouncing. Okay, okay.
Okay,
Not too
okay,
bad.
okay.
I'm still down in the swing account, but I'm down a little bit less. That's good. All right, so it looks like we're going to hold this multi-level support in NQ for now. Look at this big bounce. Semis are bouncing. It's a good sign. Semis get weak, and we might roll over here.
Don't you put that evil on me.
You just call me emo?
You've got a little emo in you, don't you?
I told you that in secret.
You're always wearing black.
Okay, okay. Market's acting okay. Cyclicals are a bit weaker. RTY, not bad. I do got to close out some INTC.
Lack of, speaking of the delta, right? Lack of participation on that drive higher. Very concerning.
Dale bouncing. Nice, nice, nice.
Nice.
All right, so no good. No good. Back down. Nothing for me to do here.
I should have scaled. I don't know why I didn't. I should have
Oh,
scaled.
you got short on the bounce?
No. I'm still in the initial long. It was a decent rotation up. I was just looking for like a couple more ticks into VWAP. I saw the momentum shift. I saw the weak buyers, and I just didn't scale. Sharpen it up, buddy.
And Dale is holding well. All right, so if we are going to fill this level, then I'm going to be looking for a prior week low. if we can form some acceptance here and this volatility comes down a bit, and we create a little wedge structure down here, then I have something to engage for a short. And prior week low is at 535, 534. So let's see if we do hold below this 680 zone here. If we cannot bounce and reclaim like we tried here, for example, this was a bounce and an attempt to reclaim, but it failed, right? So we need to see a change in character here. You need to see a wedging structure to confirm that that sellers are stepping down once again from here to here. But if it cannot, then we're going to bounce back up. Let's see what happens here. We might be carving out a 4-hour low.
We are seeing buyers on the tape this time around. Oh, my algo bought that too. I'm double exposed.
Oh.
Expose him.
He's exposing himself again, guys.
Mom, he's doing it again.
Hey, talk dirty to me.
I mean, my timing is impeccable on these entries. It's just a matter of, can you get any follow through? Can we get lucky? I'm doing my part. The market's just got to do its part.
You're right. The market's wrong.
Exactly. Finally, somebody understands me.
Do I feel lucky?
Doing everything the book said. I'm not making money.
Surely we got to create a little better low before it can go higher. That's my read.
Whole lot of nothing here for me as we price figures itself out like someone in college.
Bit of a descending wedge pattern is what my eyes see here on this time frame.
Descending wedge, an ES.
Mm-hmm.
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 It's holding that low for now. That the earlier low. NQ is just all over the place here. Why do I not have
mine is good in the futures. I've cross-checked it after you said that with multiple different data sources and whatnot that I'm looking at, and it's all the same everywhere. So mine's confirmed. Whew. Did we survive? I can take my hands off the keyboard, wipe the sweat up from my palms, take a swig.
Moms are sweaty, guys. Mom spaghetti. We're holding. We got a little wedging action here. Oh. It's not a phase, Mom.
I can confidently say that if the market comes back down to my entry, I want nothing to do with it.
We're holding. QQQs want to bounce.
All right. 34, 38. Sell limit 1.
God, Dell is so strong.
No, 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 no.
See if we get a quick higher low here, but no, it's gonna bounce. Yeah, I don't exactly have a good setup here. Second lower low on hourly's holding.
Do it. Do it.
Pump it. Pump up the jam.
Oh, you remember the night at the Roxbury guys? The What is Love?
Yeah.
That's what
There's
that would be
classic.
a good I feel like that would be a good winning trade song for you. Bum 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 bum.
You just grabbed my ass? Who grabbed my ass?
Little hat away. All right. Fill me. Thank you.
We're holding. No setup fear for me to engage. It was a very aggressive structure. Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. No more. All right, so what's that?
Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me.
Looks like the 4-hour low is in. Can we now correct sideways to up to seek that 4-hour 9 SMA and create a lower
Seek it,
high?
baby. Seek it.
That would mean we can bounce into the 820s zone. So if we can hold here, which is the overnight range sort of resistance, this 770s, 780s, then we can push out to my London high. Mine is different from the regular, and the 820. So like 815 to 830s would be the main resistance level that I'll look for if we can hold here. If not, then this can be chop, and it's best for me to wait.
Guys, what did I say gold was going to do to Crudele? Run the crappy little short term. Whoop. That's what it's doing. I wasn't watching it, though. I was too busy watching paint dry. This is one more VWAP rejection. on
yeah?
yet again crappy to pappy buying. Crappy to pappy.
Let's get those likes up, guys, while we wait. Help the network out. Remember, at 1 million subscribers, Stelly will paint his hair red. Okay? So only
Absolute garbage. I quit.
750,000 more.
I quit. I
Never
scratched
give
it
up.
out.
Never say never. All right, yes. Nice rejection at VWAP. Back down. So NQ found rejection at that overnight sort of resistance, 770s area. So we can form until we can form a little bit of acceptance up there, then we cannot look for higher.
I need to be
Or
short
I
this thing.
cannot.
We need to short this thing. That's what
I'm
we
short.
need to do.
I'm short based on what Merritt said.
Shorty, too boardy.
Just kidding.
I'm up a whopping $300 on the session.
Only 10 minutes in. You know what I had to do back in the day to make $300?
Hey, this is a family show here, pal. Easy.
I mean, like, how many hours I had to go to work, guys? Okay. So that was like a 40-hour week for me for $300. Okay.
I remember busting my butt waiting tables for maybe $300. Feet hurting. People being jerks.
Dude, I had a great time serving. I don't know about you.
Oh yeah. It was a fun time.
Okay, so far a whole lot of nothing.
I envision you more of like a bar back.
That was a position of mine as well. I did every position at a restaurant.
Dude, you gotta quit. What are we talking about here? Come on.
I worked every row of the restaurant.
Raising.
You a member out there, 1980 Vol?
That's how much a round of golf costs, $300.
Type in the guest fee after tax, and I'll believe you. Type in a guest fee after tax, and I'll believe you.
You're gonna have to close AAOI, guys. This thing's tanking. Doing a whole lot of nothing here. We're just hanging around. Who, me? Maybe we create a wedge structure here, but we rejected at that overnight resistance that you can see right here. This is the main area that we have to sort of reclaim. So far, you have information. ES rejected at VWAP, NQ rejected at the overnight sort of resistance area. So you have to think sideways action, possibly lower. So let's see if we can form some sort of wedging structure for me to engage. We're still trying to hold this low. NQ did make a new low. ES has not. Yeah, let me close AAY.
We should short this, right?
Was this a valid higher low short? We can form a little bit of acceptance here at the overnight lows, and that'll be a changing character. That means that we're not trying to bounce anymore. Maybe like a bounce into the 2-minute 9 SMA, create a lower high, reject, and then maybe we move down into that prior week low target. So I'll look to engage in that if we do form something like this. If not, price can easily jump back up and then create more chop.
All right, I'll short it. If you won't, I will.
Do it.
I'll put the team on my back here.
I'll join you if we can bounce and then create a little bit of a lower high.
Oh,
There we go. We're getting a little bit of a bounce here. Let's see if we reject at the 9 SMA here to create a lower high. If so, that can be a first step at a change in structure.
mm, 1980 vol got real quiet.
Yeah, why would they get long?
It's going to work. The fuse is lit.
Was that the bounce into the 2-minute 9 SMA?
Just run some stops. Just do it. You know? Little pain train.
So we had a little bit of a bounce, but that was not exactly the structure that I want, where we do a low, bounce, create a lower high, and then reject it. If we did, then I'm more comfortable shorting that, so I can manage my risk against that lower high. But we don't exactly have that here. This time frame is a 2-minute chart. So I'm still waiting to see if we can bounce to create a lower high and then create this wedging structure. If not, we can just continue lower. Extend.
Just going to come out of nowhere. That's why I put the limit order out.
Yes, when I was trying to learn how to trade, I would not.
I'll scratch it.
I mean, I wasn't like that, but after a night of that. Plus, when I was trying to learn, I worked at a bar, so I'd get home at 2, 3 in the morning and then wake up at 5:30 or try to practice how to trade.
Yeah, typically this is not a short location intraday for me. Whoever said that, that is correct. But this is a different scalping stop hunt type of playbook trade for me.
No bounce, guys, for me to engage. I wanted a little lower high here. Nothing so far. I have to just wait for that to appear in the wild. ES is in a perfect little wedge. What is selling off? It's tech, huh? A good thing I closed that. Spotify's bouncing. We're seeing a rotation into software away from semis. There you go. Did you get your drop? No. Yes. Oh, it's still holding. I think you made a new low.
Yeah, I banged in.
All right, so it's going to continue. No setup for me to engage. So I'm just going to have to wait. We do have prior week low at 534, I believe. 533, which is also the 20 EMA, and that is the area that I'll be looking for a bounce. What's Costco doing? I feel like Costco wants to break out here, guys. It's been really tight for the last few months. Okay, now we're getting our bounce. So now we can create a lower high. ES did not make a low, so we have another divergence. I'm gonna look for a possible long here. Let's see what happens here after this bounce. But we're finally getting the bounce to create a lower high on the 2-minute.
If we could just first clear out a little inventory, the long could work so much better.
Yeah, if we continue lower, I think he's going to see prior week low. What's holding ES up? Cyclicals? Oh yeah, banks are strong. Industrials are green. RTY, pretty flat. Healthcare, new highs. Healthcare is strong. What about defense? They're okay. Oh, this is my opportunity to buy Teradyne. either we put in a fill breakdown here and bounce, or we get that push down to prior week low. Too early, I'm gonna wait. This needs to break down to a new low here. We have the lower high on the 2-minute. If we don't, I'm gonna exit out of this. So we have that lower low, lower high, but if we cannot make a new low, then we are gonna bounce. So this is the spot here on the 2-minute. So we need to see a new low after this rejection. Failure to make a new low, then I mean ES looks like it might finally break this wedge that it's in. It's trying. No. Okay, so that failed. So I'm long.
It's funny. I've never seen us both in this like this before, where we want to be short and want to be long, depending on which way it's leaning in the same spot. We both feel that way.
We need to reclaim 680s now. If we don't, I'll probably not look to engage here anymore, and it'll just be chop. ES needs to push back above VWAP or into it, first of all. And then NQ has a chance. If we can reclaim here the 680s, then we can push up to 760s again. Oh, really? It didn't fill me. What the fudge? Wow, 1 point off. All right, so this is where we can see the fill breakdown. Come on, you POS.
ES with another VWAP rejection. I think you got it, man. I'm purposely not flipping long to let you have the victory. You know what I mean? If I were to jump in, if we were both in it, we both know it's not going to work. So I'm going to take one for the team here and let you dominate.
Wow, I didn't get filled on for 1 point. What was my entry? It's right here on the chart, my friend. Let me know if you can't see it. $6.56 is my entry.
Oh, Manifest is asking, I have good edge, but mental game interferences. How long does it take to become profitable with these issues? I mean, you probably already know there's no answer to that. All I could do is to point you in the right direction, perhaps. You know, the best resource I know of is go grab you a copy of The Mental Game of Trading by Jared Tendler and start adopting his processes, if you will, to kind of, you know, create that mental hand history, start to map out those things and start to understand them better. And then you can start to track how good of a job you're doing at identifying the triggers and different things and understanding your patterns and whatnot. So that would be my strong recommendation. How long it takes you to get good from there, couldn't tell you.
I closed it like minus 0.3 R. We should have pushed out, but we pretty much got everything I was looking for. We broke down, we bounced to create a 2-minute lower high. They should have rejected to make a new low. We didn't. We instead reclaimed and bounced. It's holding. But we just got rejected at 680s again.
For sure, my cabbage trading in the zone is a absolute quintessential. Gotta read it, gotta understand it. All right, so we're both in the long. So now we're screwed. It was my turn. You scratched out. It was my turn. You know the rules.
Now we should have pushed out. It's just going to be chop.
Yeah.
ES is doing a little bit better. ES is stuck. SPY is stuck at prior week low, which is VWAP for ES. Yep. Nope.
The smart play here is to not be trading this.
Yeah, I'm
I
done in
really
this
should
area.
not be in this position. That's the reality.
We're failing at the 50% area of the IB of what is there so far. So this can now turn into acceptance down here, a wedging structure, and then move down to prior week low.
All right, let's run these lows and assess what it looks like. Either it starts to kind of sustain, the sellers really look strong, it looks like it's got some teeth, we can play continuation, or a little snapback failure back into this range that provides long opportunity. But I'm not trading it until it opens up.
Semis are selling hard.
Wanna be CPT? Yes, that is correct. All right, run them down to 15 at least, and then let's see what's what. I mean, why couldn't I participate in this short stop run? I'm going to have to do a deeper review of my behavior this morning.
Yeah, that push higher failed. Yes, we're stuck at VWAP. Still have on HPE, NVIDIA, Palantir. Palantir's doing well. NVIS. Yeah. Prior week low.
All right, so my read thus far is that the sellers are doing a pretty crappy job. So I'm looking for this to be a breakdown failure. Bunch of paper cuts so far. I'm down $1,600. We're good.
Down 1.5 R. When did I start considering the start of higher lows, lower highs? So it all goes back to the 9 SMA trend. If you look at this structure here, this was consolidation, and then we broke lower, and we were in a lower low, lower high, lower low. Then the bounce ended this 9 SMA downtrend. We bounce into the 20, so that creates a wedging structure. Then you break down, and you start again, lower low, lower high, lower low. Guess what? It ends, chop, chop, chop. Then you start a new one, right? So lower low, lower high, bounces to the 20 EMA. Every time we get a bounce or a retracement back into the 20 EMA cloud, then you wait for that consolidation to form and then break to start a new trend. So now you have a breakdown here from this structure, okay, which is the consolidation into the 20 EMA cloud. And now you're starting a new 9 MA trend. Lower low, looks like we're getting a bounce, lower high, and then possibly another lower low until what? Until the next bounce into the 20 EMA cloud, because that's resets it. Pretty much when the 9 SMA gets flat, that's how you know the trend has ended and we're consolidating. Hola. Yeah, ES is looking like did it take out that low?
It did. That's why I got long. I waited for it had to attempt to do that before I would touch it again. And so it did it. Sellers didn't look good.
I see that it's an equal low. Yeah, it's an equal low.
Well,
Equal lows,
it was close.
lower lows.
We ran a bunch of stops. There was stops stacked everywhere from 21, right, all the way down to the final one down at like 1575. We did not get the final one, but we got everything else. You can see on the delta there was a big inventory release. See the whoosh of that selling into that low. And then they couldn't really do anything. And so that's for that reason I'm in. Algo is still in long from whenever it was that it got long. I don't have a time on my monitor, but I do get alerts when it trades to my phone.
Wait to see if we get a prior week low. Oh man, that was bounced too short.
Hola, Shab. Thanks, Manifest. Definitely pick up that book. I promise you will not be disappointed.
He just keeps holding.
You didn't like the breakdown failure yourself? We've been trading alike all day today. I thought maybe you would have bought this as well.
No. I mean, that fell break looks much better in ES. And keeps more of a downtrend still. But that
Comment
may
from
have
the
been
Bain
it.
trade is the smartest thing I've read all day, and I could not agree more. It's holding because people don't know they can buy it cheaper. I don't know if we're on the same wavelength there, but I've had this theory for 10 years that there's times where you can clearly see what the market needs to do, and people won't get out of the way and allow it to do it so that it can trade freely and do other things and whatnot. I don't know if you guys ever feel that way or if I'm just crazy.
Taking crazy pills.
Just go, that's right, go comatose for me, baby.
Yes, back to VWAP here soon. We might have our IB high and low put in place.
Nobody buying this thing. It's trouble. Sellers showing up. Well, this is by far one of the worst trading sessions of the year, Chris.
Think so.
It really is, isn't it?
What was yesterday? I saw yesterday that it was the lowest volume in SPY since Christmas Day 2014, something like that.
Yeah. The range today, you know, call it 34s down to 17. So 17 handle range in almost the first hour. You're the IB guy. When's the last time you've seen a 17 handle initial balance in the S&P?
What was yesterday?
Does anybody know, chat? How long do we have to go back to find a tighter initial balance, non-holiday session in the S&P? Yesterday and Friday, I highly doubt that. I highly doubt that. It's absolutely not true. No way. Really? Yesterday we sold off after the open. You guys trolling me?
Not much going for me to do here. Structure is choppy.
Oh, 09 quarter to 91. Yeah, it's pretty tight. In my mind, I thought we sold off more early yesterday. So things are crappy overall. Oh, was it 18 points? So technically I'm right. All right, one thing that may have just happened is that we may have seen the sellers spend a little too much energy. There we go. So they got a little bit trapped right there. And now we see that squeeze starting. And now that's played out. So my comment is no longer valid. It was a very short-term comment. It just played out as I said it.
So 3 days in a row where ES has a tiny IB
Really?
back to back.
But look, the message, I'm not just here griping. I am griping a little bit, but the message for you guys to add value to you at home is there's good conditions and there's bad conditions. And I'm not going to claim that a certain condition is good for everybody or bad for everybody. It's unique to your strategy, your time frames, what you're doing. But it's important to know there's high quality days where the opportunity abounds left and right, and you need to keep your foot on the gas and don't get risk averse just because you're having a good session. Keep going, use a give back rule, protect yourself, things like that. And there's days like this where, quite frankly, I've underperformed because I've been overly active in a very tight sideways range. Like I said, I'll review it and I'll look to get better and do better tomorrow. But the lesson, the takeaway is you got to know when conditions are ripe, when conditions are stale and not good for you, and you got to back off. Hopefully, I role modeled a little bit. I realized in real time I was being overly active. I shouldn't be in this trade earlier. And I said, okay, I scratched it. I'm not touching this unless it does X, Y, Z. And I laid out a really specific scenario. It did that. It tried to run the lows. It did a stop run. It had a release on Delta, and it really fizzled out. And so I faded it.
Rejecting at 680s again. Let's see what happens on this next rejection. If we sort of hold and create a higher low, and then maybe create a wedging structure that could set up the move for higher. We might have put in that 4-hour low. So structure me now, correct sideways to higher to seek a 4-hour lower high, which would mean we reclaim this 680 zone. We push up into 760s and then 820s. 720, what's that 720?
Yeah, simple X. It's a tale as old as time, and it's just you're talking about a different time frame than what I was talking about pre-market with Delhi about how the S&P ran up to the +2s for the year. Bit of digestion, kind of selling off, turning after that event. And you're correct that a lot of times when you have an overnight range where you have a big straight line move, you end up with some digestion, consolidation from the market. But yeah, for my style, this pretty sucky. Even gold, it did have that inventory wipe into the lows, restabilized. But look at the sideways behavior just in this range we could highlight. It's the first time I've looked at NQ since today, actually. Quite a bit more of a downtrend.
Yeah. Yes, look at this. It's barcoding.
Yeah, this is much more tradable, honestly. One, two, three, four, five, six. This is the 6th or 7th push into VWAP. From below. Composite weekly. Pretty clean defense of 77.18. Convert to prior week value area low to have access to gap. I mean, man, the nearest level that I care about from the weekly, from a profile perspective, is 77.65. So we're down here in open space, well below that area, so nothing impactful there whatsoever for me.
And ES is this IB and ES is
Oh, August 3rd through the 7th week, excuse me. Yeah. So that profile edge, 77.27. You've got 77.18. It's a little low for my taste. That's below the edge of the node, but yeah, somewhere in low 77.20s, mid 77.20s is that is exactly what the market is keyed in on right now. And you know what it's not doing a good job of? Rejecting it. Which is not bullish. But yeah, nice, good. That's a really good use by you of going back and looking at prior periods and finding some structure as we're away from the more recent structure. Nice work. I'm just thinking, BC trader. I'm thinking that I'm just. Oh, I don't want to scale. I don't want to scale. Act like my kids. I should scale. Really should, shouldn't I? Almost past tense now. Really should have. Can we not screw the VWAP people? Can we not be like, all right, I see you guys positioning from VWAP short. Let's run your stops. If I see that, all right. I know. Thank you,
Weekly
Gabriel.
VWAP rejection.
I'm not trading well today, period. I'm just not trading well. I'm not trading well.
Because are you saying that because you're overactive in a small area, or because you?
I started the day off with not taking a scale when I should have taken a scale. I don't know if you remember that
Oh,
long
your
off the open.
management. I get it.
And then overactive in a chop zone. And now I should have scaled this position and I'm not scaling it. So this is my C game here today, guys. This is, I'm going to stalk the scale. If we can get a little pop higher here, I will take the scale.
I think I'm okay for now. I executed where I needed to, but the reversal failed, so I had to take a stop. So I'm okay with that. And we didn't get down to prior week low. That was the next area I wanted to look for a long prior week low. We fell there, or we failed to get there. So, if we can hold the 680s, form some acceptance, then that can set up the move into this IB high, which is the overnight resistance. Because if we have put in the 4-hour low, then that means that we can get a sideways to higher structure from here into 800s. But that can mean still chop here until we can hold this and reclaim the 680 zones. But I don't want to get in front of it. I'd rather wait. We haven't even reclaimed the 9 SMA on the hourly. I mean, we're carving at the low. Software doing? I mean, what's semiconductors doing? Yeah, Micron's just hanging out the lows. A lot of names just hanging out the lows. Is what Palantir software is holding the market up a bit.
I scaled. I scaled out. I did it. I did it.
Did it push out for you?
No.
Oh.
It stalled for too long. It's a good rotation higher. It's in the VWAP. I gave it plenty of opportunity. I did my job there.
Yeah, we're not doing much here.
So if we come knocking on the door of these lows again, this is not a break-even stop, guys. I'm looking at these lows around 77.20, right? This low, this low, this low. This low went through it a little bit, and then we retested right there, right? That's the spot. If we come knocking on that door again, I do not want to be in this trade. So I'm going to bump up the stop. Again, it has nothing to do with break even. It's a place where I don't want to be in the trade if it comes back.
SPY is stuck right at prior week low too. Right where VWAP is for ES. It cannot break through it. Maybe this is acceptance of that, and then we push out.
$37. Yeah.
Am I still weak? All right, I got short per the IB strat in a different account. We're below the daily 9 SMA now, so its job is to look for shorts on the first bounce where the 9 MA higher low fails. So we'll see if we can go down and make new lows.
Wow, 9:45 already.
NQ failed at the 680 zone and the 50% of the IB. Yeah, lately better action has been after the open.
Yeah, you get like bigger ranges in the lunch hour. It's wild.
I think, yeah, waiting for the IB so you can have more context and clarity has definitely helped.
Somebody's got that VWAP sell program today, brother.
What's NBIS doing? I feel like I need a partial out. Yeah. Yeah. Rejected at 50% of IB at 680s. We failed to reclaim. We had a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. ES is inside its first 5 minutes of range, really? It is. Wow. Yeah, MU. I need to probably take more partials on MU. Did I already? All right, looks like NQ might go for a new low here, and then maybe now at that point get to prior week low, which was the main target. See if we can get to 2R here.
Joe, the best way I've found to help people get it is and for the rest of the chat, he's asking about a poor low and its significance. You have to view markets through the lens of an auction process because that's what they are, in order to understand the significance of a poor low. If there is some widget out there that's being bought and sold, okay, in a free market, just like markets, right? And when the price is low, number one, the price has dropped to, let's say, $5 a widget. And then it drifts higher, and then price returns to $5 a widget. And volume is being done there. Trades are happening. People are buying and selling happily at $5 a widget. And then it trades up a little bit, and then it comes back down to $5 a widget, and there's volume being done. That is a poor low. Multiple visits of $5 per widget, and there's transaction, there's volumes being done. It's not totally drying up the auction process. When that is the case, it's very likely that that widget would still be able to transact and bring in some participation and some volume from participants at $4.75. At maybe $4.50, you see a swift rejection, and nobody is interested in selling for the low price of $4.50 anymore. And it gets back to that $5 and heads back into where there was more volume that was traded for that market. Can you see how beautiful this is? This is how markets work too. That is what a poor low is. That's right, my cabbage. Markets go lower to find buyers. Markets go higher to find sellers. The market's main job is to facilitate trade. I think your short is golden. All right,
Yeah,
I'm
it just got
flat.
filled.
That was a winning trade, Anthony.
All right, I took half off at 2R. Production, I took half off at 2R.
You're not flat yet.
What I paid 50%. I got 50% off at 2R. It's
I
still a
50%ed
profitable
off at
trade.
more than 2R at VWAP. They didn't play.
If I get stopped out,
That's
it's
not
still
how
a
it works.
profitable trade.
That's not how it works.
You know what?
You have to complete the round trip.
Cut the
flat
stream.
to
Let's
flat
go
trades.
right now.
What is love? Baby, don't hurt me.
Yo, if I can get that every winning trade, that would be hilarious.
We don't get our walkout music for partials.
One second.
Surely the S&P cracks from here, right?
I am serious, and don't call me Shirley.
Okay. So half hour was taken off at 2R. 4R would be at 486. I need to look for 486 to take more off. So the IB strat worked today. My own trading so far has not worked today.
Yeah,
Well,
apple butter. I wish I would have traded these NQ rotations. I mean, slap a zigzag indicator on that. That's good rotations. Couple little tricky spots right here, but pretty good compared to this.
Semis are selling hard. Guys, I talked about it in the morning plan. We have that weekly lower high, right? That is just so powerful. It's bringing everything down. We should find support to the 20 EMA. And then from there, start to digest and see what else we get. But I got to manage these swings because I'm taking a beating over here. Why have I not closed MBIs?
I was thinking about you the other night and how maybe at some point your IB strat could turn into almost like a hedge for your, if you sized it, like beta weighted or whatever, for your swing portfolio. Have you ever considered that at all? What's up, guys? How y'all doing?
Hello.
Hello.
You ever thought about that, Chris?
It is, it can be as a hedging, but I don't want to increase size because my swing trading account is 10 times bigger than this IB strat account.
Someone said he was thinking of Chris at night.
Indeed.
Listen, you guys think that, we don't like each other and stuff, but he's over here having dreams about me. Okay. Anyways.
Any quarreling that Chris and I do is a lover's quarrel. That's all it is.
Oh, God.
Leo, you want to get in between this?
No, I'll let you guys sort that out.
All right, how are you guys doing?
I'm not big on sandwiches, if you know what I mean.
No, you don't want to go skiing?
I'm good.
Hopefully you guys aren't trading ES today. Hopefully.
I haven't looked at or traded ES in like 2 years.
I'm happy for you.
You
Traded
used to
it.
be.
I've looked at it.
You used to be an ESer.
I know.
You used to be in your username, apparently. Ayo, Chris.
Hey. Used to be a lot of things.
Hey, did you guys know Leo's name is not Leo?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So it's only news to me. Got it.
Oh my gosh.
Cool.
Nick's name's not even Nick.
I don't know if you're being serious or you're joking about that, but that's crazy.
I bet you Chris's name isn't even Chris.
Christopher. No, it's Christian.
It's Alejandro.
Is that your middle name?
No. How are you guys this morning? Any trades?
None.
I haven't. No.
No. All right. Well, enjoy the
I
rest of the
missed
session.
the A plus setup for the,
The short.
this short here would be the A plus setup. But I wasn't here. So can't do shit if I wasn't there.
Yep.
This ain't
All right.
Pokemon. We can't catch them all.
You guys enjoy your session.
See you guys.
Make all the points.
See y'all.
Merritt,
See you,
we'll
Merritt.
see you next week.
I hope you get all the R's.
I hope so too.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
All right. You guys
Take care.
have a good session. All right. Later, guys.
Up, Leo.
Hello.
Hi.
Do you know what? I was almost gonna do my hair this morning and just come on
Oh,
with no
come
hat.
on. Why do you even tell us?
But
Oh, God.
you may want to watch tomorrow's stream.
Okay, so Kane, you're gonna be on with Kane and you get to just do it with Kane. But I've been asking you for 5 months.
I mean, Kane's my boy.
Bro, okay, cool.
You're not my boy.
I thought I was one of the boys.
I don't think you are.
Wow, okay. Bro, the
Are you
hits
one of
keep
the
on
boys?
coming. The hits keep on coming, chat. What the hell is happening?
Alan Richardson and Salma? Who's Alan Richardson?
Look it up. Probably your lookalike.
Didn't know. Oh,
Okay.
okay. Bit of a strong comment there.
In the 2026?
In the
In the-
big 2-6.
Bro.
The reacher.
Bro, rough morning for Salma. Yup, seems that way. All right. Anyway, so what was the point of you telling us that you almost did your hair?
Well, I just, well, here we are. Like you're always asking me to take off my hat. And I almost did it this morning, but I didn't have enough time. That's the issue.
What's a cowboy without his hat?
So you're gonna have time tomorrow. Cool.
I bet he
I
does
bet-
his hair
yeah,
and wears the hunk
probably.
hat anyway. No. I can't listen. Deli calling me bald Leo is just
Bro, he did it today too.
no way.
He's like, let's
And
see
yesterday.
he's like, let's see who else is gonna be on the panel this morning. Bald Leo and Salma. I see. I
Nia calls
understand
you
why you're
that.
doing it tomorrow.
Why?
Because Deli's going to be on with you guys and you want to make a statement. I get it.
I'm gonna make a statement.
Cool. Production, I'm going to hop on in the morning too when they get on for Trade the Open. I'm going to join for the first 5 minutes.
He
Yes,
says
no?
full on bald Leo.
How about no?
All right, so what do we have this morning? We have coming up an auction that resulted in a breakdown, got the breakdown here, and then retest of this kind of mid. Honestly, my first play here would be look for some type of long setup for a trade back in the range. If that doesn't really happen and we just moon from right here, then I would look for something a little bit higher into the 690s all the way up into 708, somewhere in this range for a potential short. Or even right here in the 950s. This would be a really aggressive short. looking for that continuation trade lower. The chart on the 4-hour does not look that great, for this breakout. It happened and then it's just kind of failed here. So I'm kind of wondering if this weakness persists for a little while, to be honest.
Yeah, I was trading this last night. Pretty wild movement. If you guys were watching it and trading it. I haven't taken anything yet on ES. I mean, it looks a whole lot of chop to me. We're still technically stuck in the 30-second opening range until we get a 15-minute candle close below the low or the high. I'm probably not going to touch ES. I am kind of looking at the Russell here. Let me pull it up. 1 second. So Russell's interesting because it's actually been obviously moving much cleaner than ES has. It's actually been moving, but we're back at the quarterly open, and if anyone remembers from like what 2 weeks ago, I think quarterly open was a pretty big level on the Russell. Every time we came to it, we either rejected or we bounced. So this is definitely, I want to see how we react if we come back up, retest this 40, 43 area, and then potentially look to go short once again. But not really in any rush this morning to get into any trades. This over. Yeah, NQ bouncing off of previous week low here too. Chat, how are you guys doing? How y'all doing? It's a good day. Good, Cabbage. Happy for you. And then Jude follows it up with not great. Sorry to hear that, Jude.
Not great. It was a good day. No trades. Few scalps. Last night was better than today.
Asia's been moving a lot cleaner than New York, that's for sure.
When workspace, brother Leo?
What does that mean?
I have committed to sharing a version of my workspace. Now that there's the DOM, the leg-to-leg profile, the volume profile, all these different things, I've agreed to share a template that could be used.
Okay, I thought they wanted like a picture setup or something. Watch your video on the EMA strategy, Salma. Awesome sauce, and thank you. You're welcome. Thanks for watching the video. I'm glad that you found that helpful.
Do you need order flow plus for the leg to leg? Yes. So you need order flow plus for the leg to leg, and you can buy that from NinjaTrader, of course. I don't know how much it is because I don't have to pay for it. You could also get it from any prop firm that has NinjaTrader prop, because those accounts are entitled with order flow plus as well.
Shop cap, I try, my friend, I try.
Free if you have a Ninja brokerage account. There you go. So there's pretty much 1,000 ways under the sun to get order flow plus. Have a Ninja brokerage account, have a prop firm account that's enabled with NinjaTrader prop or TraderVate prop. It's the same thing. And you'll have the order flow plus package. Anybody that has lifetime access to NinjaTrader, that's what I have, also has order flow plus.
Yes, guys, ask him more order flow related questions.
Salma is actually the order flow queen.
King, you just got done telling me I'm not one of the boys, and now you call me a king?
I corrected myself.
It's a very confusing morning for me. Oh, here we go. What computer specs do you have and recommend? I can already tell the kind of conversations we're going to have when me and Leo are on.
When footprint? Do you see it? Do you want to see it right now? Do you see the footprint? I haven't done anything with it at all yet. We just have the prototype. So like there's a lot of things that I would want to change here. But yeah, it's here. The footprint will be out soon. Soon. I don't know, maybe a couple weeks. Do I love MacBooks? I love my MacBook laptop for sure.
I don't know if you're trolling, but I love my Mac.
I do. I genuinely love I do. Yeah. My MacBook.
Yeah.
The thing here, I love the thing about the MacBook that I love is that it's reliably has a long battery life. That's really the biggest thing I need a laptop to have is when I'm using it, it's available to be used and doesn't need to be charged every couple hours.
Okay, I don't know how good or bad this is, but my laptop is just always plugged in. It's been that way for like 2 years. Roman, I have not. I actually just got to my desk not too long ago. I was in a meeting this morning, so haven't really looked at the market just yet. But ES very much chopping around, and I don't want to short the lows on the Russell. I want to see us push a bit, about 10 points or so. See how we react at quarterly open before I think to take a trade. No, you guys would think like my laptop battery would be shot by now. It's really not. I mean, it's at like 86% battery health. That's not too horrible. It's like the same as my phone.
How do you get leg to leg delta if you already have order flow plus? You can go to the NinjaTrader profile. Maybe they can post it in the chat. My NinjaTrader profile, and then you'll see a thing that says the freedom, and you just follow those links, and the freedom and the leg to leg profile are going to the files are in the same place.
Yeah, faded zero. That's what I heard too. Overcharging is a myth. Yeah, I think like the MacBook, it does the same thing on your phone where it like stops at like 80%.
Actually, I don't want to be the actually guy, but as somebody who knows this type of information,
Tell us.
the battery does need to go through life cycles, right? So life cycle is charged and then discharged. So discharge would be, you use the battery down to zero. Exactly what Darian said. 100% to zero is a cycle. That going through that process is healthy for the battery. So if
like
you
how
just
often?
Here's the thing. If you only leave your laptop plugged in all the time, you will get a lower life cycle, like all in for that laptop. It's a proven fact.
Okay, but how often?
At least once a week.
Okay. That's also a good point too. Pandel Trading says the issue is not overcharging, it's the magnetic field that is generated by the battery while charging and you have your hands on the keyboard. Yeah, I could see that being like an issue. I do have a standalone keyboard though.
The same is true with lithium ion. I'm sorry. I am an industry plant from lithium ion. Big lithium ion wants you to know that you still have to cycle your batteries. That's the fact.
And how do you know all this? I'm not doubting it.
I'm a plant from big battery, you know,
You're a big tech guru.
industry plant from big lithium.
ChatGPT, someone said. He looked it up. Leo the big battery. Let's start calling you that. NQ holding on to previous week low still. It's hanging on.
You believe I also work for Big Soap? Not sure of the reference there, to be honest.
Dow's starting to curl a little bit.
New Era has me on payroll for hats. The same template you speak of will be available in the same place. We got the leg to leg. No, I can probably just post that on Twitter. There's no reason to. You have to have those things for the template to work, you know. So like you'd want to have those. But yeah. Won't be too hard. I just can't provide tech support.
Guys flood his DMs.
Actually, Salma is the tech support. Only okay, here, I'll make a deal with Salma. I'll come
Hire
on
me.
stream, no hat, if Salma will do tech support for my chart workspace.
Okay, cool. You just gotta tell me what I don't know anything about what I'm looking at, so you gotta explain it, and then I'll do it. Got time on my hands? Why not? Yeah, see, like all these questions that people in chat ask you, I have no idea what any of this means.
You have no idea what it means?
Why is the previous delta leg profile showing up as a histogram on my chart? Slightly transparent. I can't get rid of it. Yeah, like.
Oh, let me show you how, or let me tell you how. You would open the study, click on the delta profile, and then you're going to see leg delta.
Wait, we don't see that.
I know.
Oh, okay. All right.
I can't even get it to come on screen. Here, let me try this. I don't know if this will work, so bear with me.
I love how people take these streams as their opportunity to ask all their order flow questions. Do it, guys.
For whatever reason, when I pull it up, it just shows black. Unfortunately. You can see my mouse movement, but it won't show the actual thing.
Why don't you take a screenshot of it, paste it on your chart, so they know what you're talking about?
Take a screenshot. Oh, and then share the screenshot on the
Yeah.
screen. Hey, don't shame me for not knowing how to do this.
All right. You're not the only tech guru on the stream.
Someone's tech guru now.
Yeah. I'm coming for your title.
Why can't I pull up? Oh, here we go. It still won't allow it.
See, I'm already being tech support.
Yeah, I know that. All right. Well, I'll describe what to do. So you're going to go open your indicators, Control I, or right click on the screen. And then you're going to go to NT Prop Tools, Delta Volume Profile. And then there's sections, right? So there's 1, 2, 3. So like 1 is general, 2 is session delta, 3 is session and volume. You're going to go to leg delta and leg volume. So leg delta being number 4, there's a checkbox all the way at the bottom of that section that says show previous leg delta. You just unselect that box. And then the same for leg volume. You go down to 5, and then you see show previous leg volume, and you uncheck that box, and then you click OK. And that's it. Hope that helps. Section 4 and 5. You're welcome, Anthony. Strictly Secret 7675.
Yeah,
Quite
that's
the
a very,
username.
very long username. The Dow is starting to curl, guys. So if you are short NQ, just be careful here. They have been moving inverse of each other, so keep that in mind. Bro, we appreciate that. Also looking at crude, this is where we rejected from off the open, that previous week high. So if anyone's eyeing that, be mindful of 84.64. Should have more thumbs up. Chat, if you haven't already, thumb up the stream for more battery monitor order flow talk.
Very specific. Also fridges,
Pool
TVs.
chillers,
Mhm.
all that good stuff.
Volume chart. This is a 2500 volume chart. Somebody asked if I was looking at shorts. Potentially, I'm watching what we do up here. So things have changed a little bit since we got on when we got on, we just had like this tapered profile where, we had the bulk of the distribution here. We had a little tail here, and we were building a little tail. That's turned into kind of a distribution. So when we get to the top of that distribution, we could say that if sellers are going to remain in control, they really need to step in around this area to continue the pressure that they put onto the market from this high. If nothing happens here, then you could theoretically, if we can get through the value area, back through the rest of the range and look for a short up at this edge of this node right here. Right now, I'm not really seeing anything that would, say, hey, you should get short, but I'm watching for that.
Look at that bounce on NQ. Buyers trying with all their might to hold previous week low. Reclaimed IB low too. Thanks for pointing that out. ES is just really struggling. It's just not doing much.
I'm going to try to get in this. I'm quite late, actually, but I like that ES is struggling at these lows, and NQ is giving a nice pullback. I think it's a good opportunity for this to continue lower. We're right on the kind of edge area here of this overall build. I would prefer to be, entering much higher, but I didn't want to miss the opportunity, and it looked like we were going to get some weakness there. So I may have to sit in some chop for a bit, but I like the trade. I may just get stopped out here and on the I'm in a half size position as normal. So, it's kind of I reduce size if my position is not where I want to be, which is what I've done here. So if I take a stop on a 6 lot, that's fine. Yes, looks like it's starting to pick up. I'm still going to be watching for this same trade, but maybe I'll actually get a better entry here.
We're about to have Euro close right now too in the next minute.
Nothing to do here yet. It was kind of taking a stab at a trade. Got to be patient. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to practice good patience. Yeah, taking a trade on a half size when you don't have the greatest fill price and also confidence. That's just kind of how I manage some of my risk. Somebody just offered 100 lots at 600, kind of right
Sorry,
at the
guys,
top
that
of this
was me.
rotation. Oh, really? Okay.
My bad, my bad. I'll pull my order, guys. Don't worry.
They refilled there at 91. I'm going to try this again. So we had someone offer 100 at 600, and then price moved lower, and they offered another 90, just under like 91, and he's nowhere to be found. So got in that short there, pretty much for that reason alone. And buyers are just really pushing this thing higher. So hands off the short button for me. These are trades that I would take every day. Just didn't work out this time. Now I know who the bear is in the market, Leo. I mean, I'm not a bear. We have a downtrend, from overnight all the way today. We have lower highs, lower lows. So it does, you want to be aligned with that activity. We're just not getting, the current push. Maybe it's going to happen now.
Look, you have people asking me questions about this stuff now. I'm not actually support, guys. I don't know what any of this stuff means.
They're asking you. That's great. Let me know what they ask.
Salma, can we adjust the delta leg on the Freedom to mirror the new leg to leg? I don't know. What does that even mean?
You can. Yeah, you can set them to the same settings if you want.
Someone help.
I kind of want to get back in this, to be honest with you, because of the offer has stepped back in. They've offered 600 again, 96 half, and then they have some size on at 600 again.
Yeah, I would want to see 92 reject on NQ.
Let's see what they do right here.
Four keeps. I think that's the craziest I've ever seen someone misspell my name. How to change the color of your EMA? Just go into settings. You're welcome. Yeah, just Gary. Put it in rice, dude.
Salma will be holding a boomer webinar for those that need to change the clock on the VCR.
Listen, apparently I am some sort of tech guru because I've helped PAX with phone-related stuff. Imagine
You're his
having
personal phone assistant?
imagine having to explain to PAX how to do something, and he's just
All right,
not
we're getting
doing
back
it.
in this.
Very frustrating.
This doesn't work. I'm going to go jump off a bridge.
Yo, chill. This is family show. Dow trying to rebound here, which if it does, watch to see for NQ to reject.
We just need sellers to step in right here, right now. We can really get some buyers off their skis if they can hold us below 96.
Yeah, I kind of like shorts too here off the 9 EMA reject. Gotta wait. Your Jamaican baby, send what lower? You need, I would say you would need the Dow to bounce if you want NQ to go lower. Yeah, wave radar. I'm being patient. I'm waiting.
All right, I took 2 off here, just on the 20. Might go for 3.
Nice. Get your lick back, Leo.
Yeah. The bigger trade here is, holding for 50. So there's another 25 points there, and then a new low. So that would be the 2 targets. What do we do here at 50? And then can we make a new low in the day?
If new lows, what would be your target?
I actually don't really have one. I mean, I don't think we're going to go this far down to the V range box. And I don't have some of the weekly, monthly stuff on my chart right now. So I don't really actually have a lower target.
Maybe 488-ish.
Yeah.
Or
That makes sense.
462 would be Pax's third rotation to the downside. Also, how dare you not have Salma's key levels on your chart? Or whatever that is.
Salma's key levels. I got my own key levels.
Salma's. I got it published on NinjaTrader. Use it.
Mine are accurate though.
Oh, here we go. What you talking about, Willis? Hey. Bro, who clipped that? Yes, EH, it is Claude. 1,000%.
Now I got last week's low on my chart magically.
If you think I coded that, I did not. I can put my hands up and definitely say it was Claude. But I got to tell Claude what I wanted.
How does Claude handle holidays and short sessions and stuff like that? Like if Friday, like you're looking at prior week data, right? So like sometimes there's a week can actually end on a Thursday.
Yeah.
Mid session at noon. Like how are you handling those scenarios where the traditional open high low close from Monday or Sunday to Friday wouldn't work?
I've actually not given that any thought. I don't think I noticed any issues when we had like July 4th week.
Hmm.
The levels seem to still be pretty accurate, but that's definitely something I can double check on.
Something that we've
Good.
run into over the 4 or 5 years of doing this type of stuff is daily, daily, weekly, monthly levels like you're referring to. We've had for since 21, or had to calculate since 21.
Yeah.
And holidays and shortened sessions. Like there was one time where there was an unexpected Wednesday shortened session that screwed us up, like an unexpected holiday. All the daylight savings time also can get you offside a little bit. So I would just be thinking about that type of stuff, because you want to have the wrong levels.
Yeah, 100%. Let's see. We'll see what Claude responds back to me. Oh, that's a good idea too. Dave says you can tell Claude to get the full calendar for the year.
Well, yeah, I mean, it only knows the calendar for the year, but it doesn't know if there's a calendar change. Like there was a time where there was one of the presidential funerals that was not on the calendar January 1, but that got put on the calendar and then shortened the trading session for that day. What time do I consider the close for futures? The close is at 4 p.m. Sorry, 4 p.m. Eastern, if you're referring to. It'd be 3 p.m. Central.
Okay, I just asked mine. If the levels reflect when there's holidays, shortened sessions, etc. And seems like it's pretty accurate as long as it stops, the levels stop whenever trading stops. So it continues to reflect pricing until, so like if there's a 1 p.m. close, then it would stop at 1 p.m. and it would consider that to be, from 9:30 to 1 is your high and low. Yeah, it seems to be still pretty accurate. But thanks for pointing that out. I mean, the more you know.
Did NQ take last week's low? Yes. Last week's low is 533.5, and it took it out.
Dow trying to reclaim 90 EMA on the 5-minute. See if NQ rejects 92 once again.
They're still offering, just passively this whole area. It's the only thing that's really keeping me into this short right here.
Dow's rejecting a bit. The 15-minute look like.
think we're going to get a little bit of a bounce here.
Yeah, even ES is starting to get on board, trying to move up.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, I got stopped on the rest of that. Mainly just looking for those continuation plays lower, not really panning out. I got a little bit off into this push down to the 66, but they found a bid. So really nothing worked out. By and large.
Good try.
Yep. So really nothing for me to do as we approach the OR low and back up into the bulk of the volume from this morning. I think if we get up here into the 700s to the OR mid, it actually does look like a good potential for another short. But it just kind of depends on what happens up there. Stowe is aggressively bidding NQ right now. Are you watching the screen?
Where do you see that?
Somebody said in the comments.
Are you reading old chat?
It's not a bounce. It's called profit taking. You can't short a level unless it clearly closes below it first. Well, Sean trades futures. That's your opinion. And the beautiful thing about your opinion is you can put out your opinion and I can have my own. So you can trade your shorts how you wish. I can trade mine how I wish. And that's the beauty of this market. Is we can both do whatever the fuck we want to do, Sean.
Spicy.
That's like your own opinion, man. Norseman, you can actually short whatever you want. Respectfully. I love you too. Bird USA.
And now Sean is nowhere to be found. Sean, if I were you, I wouldn't take that.
He's probably typing something zesty.
I wouldn't take that if I were you. Sean goes, bad day to be a Sean.
Thanks for the liquidity. You're welcome. And all the times you get short the hole, thank you for your liquidity. We can spin this both ways, but at the end of the day, you can choose to be nice and kind, and we can have a genuine conversation, or you can be rude. Damn, Leo gets more rage baited than Nick. I enjoy it. I enjoy the banter, with the chat. I get it. It's all good. You can literally never discharge your laptop batteries. That's just my opinion. Sure.
Please, let's not go backwards.
No lithium batteries for Sean.
No more battery talk.
Oh my gosh. Norseman is only here to troll me. I can confirm. I'm reading old shit. What the hell is going on?
No, you're not reading old stuff. No, now you're up to date.
Oh, okay.
Let's go one day back. Go.
How do you get access to the order flow like yours? ? You can go to the NinjaTrader profile that I have. They can probably post it in the chat. and you can fill out the form to get the free DOM, and then you'll also get in that same place the leg to leg profile, which includes the volume profile for the session, like you have here, and then the leg to leg volume and delta profile as well. And they just posted the link at the bottom in the chat.
I'm liking this, the way the hourly is looking on the Russell. This is basically the same kind of setup that I mentioned yesterday before me and Tanya got off stream. The only thing is yesterday there was kind of a lack of follow through from the bulls. So again, I'm not sure if they have it in them to continue pushing us higher, but a hammer looking candle on the hourly after a downtrend can be, the signal for a reversal. I would want to see us get above quarterly open and maybe get to the 9 EMA on the hourly around 48. Again, that all just depends on whether or not buyers are active and can push us higher to get up there. 48 is literally only 12 points away, but 12 points can be definitely a struggle. Also, guys, thumb up the stream.
Hey guys,
What's
Hi.
up, Jim?
how's it going?
Jim, can you only short on a close below a level?
Could you? No. You could you could go long, you can go short, or you could go home.
Yeah, I mean, you could go home.
So there's all sorts of options.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the controversy here?
There is none. I'm just joking around.
Oh, all right. All right. Are you guys still in positions?
No, I didn't take
No,
one.
I'm out.
You're out. Selma, you're neutral.
Yeah, I haven't taken a single trade and it's noon.
Is that unusual for you?
Little bit.
Hmm.
I would say so.
Okay. Well, that means that's a very mature position to take because you're waiting for the right setup, right?
Yeah.
All right. By the way, I used your playlist for the workout.
Oh my God. I've been thinking every time I listen to that playlist, I'm like, I can't believe I sent this to Jim. Please don't listen to it.
Wait,
well,
I need the playlist.
No, it's gonna corrupt please don't listen to it, Jim. I just can't
Leo,
imagine
it's
you
completely
listening to this.
inappropriate for anybody my age.
Selma, will you
It's
send it
so
to me?
bad. Bro, I have him listening to 50 Cent
Send
and
me
Eminem, and it's just
Send
don't
it to
listen
me.
to
Now,
it,
50
Jim.
Cent was, I know who 50 Cent was. He was popular when I was younger. I'm going to say Leo's age, maybe.
Okay.
But some of the other ones, I have no words.
Bro, yeah, please just don't listen to it. I actually realized after I sent it to you how bad of a suggestion that was for you.
So I went back to Pitbull and all's well.
All right, good. Yeah, do that.
Yes, but thank you. I appreciate the effort.
You're welcome. Leo, you have Spotify?
Yeah.
Then I'll send it to you.
All right, bet.
All right.
Leo
Oh, God.
Leo's way more hip than I would be on that.
I felt so bad after I sent it to you, and I'm at the gym later that night, and I'm like listening to some of the lyrics, and I'm like, oh my God, I sent this to Jim.
Did you send him like the WAP song or what?
Bro, no, I don't listen to that garbage.
The what song?
No, nothing. Jim, nothing.
Now I got to look it up. Thanks for that, Leo.
Do not, Jim.
Just like it's like VWAP, but without the V. Okay, just look that up.
Oh my God.
Okay, I heard you the first time. Oh boy. Any event, let's talk about this afternoon. Any thoughts about this afternoon? Any game plans starting to formulate right now?
This is so bad.
Let's start with you, Salma.
Yeah, just like what I was saying before. Russell hourly looks really, really strong. I like it for a continuation higher, giving us that reversal. The only thing is, I just don't know if bulls have it in them because we saw this kind of setup yesterday. Literally very similar. We came off from a downtrend morning, and around like 11 a.m. ish, we put in a hammer candle at the lows, and then buyers tried and couldn't really just quite get up there. So I am seeing a very similar setup. This is a key level that I have here at 32 on the Russell for me. And yeah, I would just like to see a continuation higher, maybe another 12 points or so, which I know, again, doesn't sound like a lot, but you kind of got to take whatever the market can give you. And yeah, that's really all I'm seeing that's somewhat interesting to me.
I like that. I like that.
Yeah, like NQ, ES, their hourly looks, they're bigger candles. They're more full. I don't like that for me to enter now. I feel like it's a little bit too late. But like for the Russell, a hammer candle like this, I like it. I like it more. So,
I'm with you. Leo, what are you thinking about this afternoon?
I got a big box here between 77 and 93 on NQ. I'd be watching this for some level of absorption. So that would be like sideways price action where Delta's building up. I'd be looking for a short here. If that doesn't happen, I have no other trade for my strategy here, except for if we do get a breakout to the upside, this same level actually could be used as support. So this is kind of the key pivot point, I guess, for me on the afternoon session.
Got it. Very awesome. Well, awesome job this morning, you guys. Let's give these two a round of applause, please, for a job well done on NinjaTrader Live. Before you guys go, I got a couple of quick announcements. Tomorrow, Wednesday, special Discord session, 4 p.m. after the bell rings. I mean, look at this combination. We got Deli, we got Farm, and we got Pax. It will be an interesting conversation nonetheless. Hilarity will ensue, but they'll also impose some wisdom on us, which will be great. And they're going to take some Q&As as they go. And there's giveaways, plural. So if you get a chance, Discord, links in the chat, tomorrow, 4 p.m. Then Thursday, Develop Your Edge. The first one with Sarah Strat Sniper. Can't wait to have that Develop Your Edge segment. How to identify and trade reversals like a pro. That's after the bell Thursday. So we're going to be busy here at NinjaTrader Live next couple of days. Appreciate everybody being part of it.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, Jim.
All right.
Thank
Thank you.
you.
I am reading the lyrics to this song right now, and you're right.
Oh, God.
I cannot say one line out loud. All right,
You gotta listen to it, Jim. You gotta listen to it. You can't just read the text. So listen
This
to the
is
song.
so bad. This is
Let me
really,
know what you
really
think.
bad.
No.
All right, you guys. Thank you so much. I will talk to you later. We're going to do a really quick edge report on gold futures right now, and we'll break for lunch.
Adios.
All right.
See
Bye.
you, chat.
Man, oh man, they need supervisors and babysitters, those two for sure. Let's take a look at the daily candle here for gold. So we had a nice rally here. We talked about this morning a lot. I mean, I thought that the chart was bullish and constructive in a bigger picture, higher time frame point of view, and I kind of still do. Today, though, we have a decent sized sell-off, and there's that PAX line again, 44.90. Every time we get there, sellers kind of get involved, push us back down. It happened again today, almost yesterday, the day before, and then 3 days before that. So that 44.90 level is becoming kind of interesting to me right now. We've sold off it. Now we're above that 80 EMA still, that 8 exponential moving average right now. We're just kind of tapped it so far. We haven't got into the rotation zone. We haven't gotten into that 8, between the 8 and the 21 EMA yet. So we'll keep our eyes on it. I have my fib line way over here for some reason. This is a big outside fib. We could ignore that for now. But right now it's just a kind of a subtle retracement back down. Support is definitely there, right at that 44. 100 level, 4403 spot 6 to be exact. Kind of go look left here. There's a swing high. That was resistance. Now it's support. And sure enough, the last 6 days, it's acted like support. So we're kind of range bound right now. We'll see if we have continuation selling later on this afternoon or tomorrow to break out of that range. Anything could happen. The RSI is starting to subtly arc down a little bit. With you could say, well, it's under the signal line, but not by a lot. It's very subtle. Taking a look at the intraday chart really quickly here. We broke through a lot of milestones on the way down. We're trading well below session VWAP here. The interesting thing here is, though, that JAX1 is lined up with the official VWAP point of control, and it's dominant. It's not a baby point of control. It is a big dominant point of control right here. And so this is kind of an interesting area here. And I'm thinking about recoveries this afternoon. Where could we go? Will this act like a magnet or not? Oftentimes it does, especially with no real big volume build below here, right? And no real big volume build above there. So that whole value area is interesting to me right now. And I'm looking at this where the volume kind of kicks back in, and you get that Gaussian peak right there, and it's right below that session VWAP. So it's very intriguing level. Now, anything could happen, of course, today, but I'm looking for this kind of retracement move back up today based on the volume profile. We'll see if it happens. We're right at previous sessions lows right now, which is also another milestone we have to cross above. And then we've got that S1, which is in the USIB, that S1 level at 44.34.8. The daily pivots work nicely on gold. If we break bad, we got S2 down at 43.96.4, and then a lot of empty space all the way to high vol level at 43.40 on gold futures. So we'll keep an eye on this, and we'll talk about it more at the 2 o'clock session today. Remember, we're starting at 2. Shy Girl's going to kick us off with the afternoon update as usual. We got Jack, Joey, and Nick for a tick. Trading the close this afternoon. It's going to be awesome. In the meantime, everybody, thank you for the subscriptions, the thumbs up, being just a great part of our community. Greatly, greatly appreciate it. It means a lot to me. In the meantime, have a nice, relaxing lunch, and we'll see you this afternoon.